All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. Upon the Long River is the English translation of the name of which U.S. state? 215-263 WMMR. I will go to Jason to see if he knows the answer. Hi, Jason. Yeah. All right, Jason. Upon the Long River is the English translation of the name of which U.S. state?
Connecticut.
Connecticut is correct, yes.
You pulled a fast one there, didn't you?
Hang on, Jason. Some people thought it was Mississippi.
That would have been my guess.
No, it's Connecticut. And I'm not sure, it is an Indian, Native American?
Mohegan Pequot.
Okay, and it's Connecticut. And since Jason got that right, we're going to give him a pair of tickets to see Impractical Jokers Drive Tour, which is presented by the Preston and Steve Show. It's coming up Friday, February 3rd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. So we chatted at length about Jeremy Renner yesterday, the fact that he broke 30-plus bones.
Yes.
Once all said and done. But the snowplow accident occurred because he was trying to save his nephew from harm, apparently. According to a Nevada Sheriff's Office incident report obtained by CNN, the Avengers star was towing his grown nephew's car out of the snow when the Pits and Bully snow groomer began sliding, apparently, and that caused Renner to exit the plow without setting the parking brake.
Oh, man.
The Washoe County Sheriff's Office report added, although the Pits and Bully had some mechanical issues, it is believed based on our mechanical inspection that the parking brake would keep the Pits and Bully from moving forward when Renner attempted to stop or divert the Pits and Bully to avoid injury to his nephew. He was pulled under the vehicle by the track, and then he was run over. So I guess it was just a mistake that he made in the heat of something happening, you know?
Yeah, we talked about people, jumping out of their car and forgetting to put it in park, for a particular reason. So this is a similar situation.
Additionally, the brake light indicator inside the cab was broken, which may have been a factor in the accident as well. So they're going to look further into that, but it potentially could have been the fact that he didn't set the parking brake properly.
Well, when you get a lot of the new rigs and a lot of new cars have that sort of you're in neutral and park. Like it's sort of this, and I find that confusing because I have a definitive park in my car. So there's been a couple of times where I've had to sit there and go, if I was in somebody else's car, am I legitimately in park or not?
Yep, I know exactly what you mean. Netflix has issued a statement after contestants in its Squid Games inspired competition series complained about the show's filming conditions. Variety reports that a small number of contestants needed medical attention on Monday after a game of red light, green light played during Britain's cold snap caused health challenges. The streamer said in a statement obtained by the outlet, we care deeply about the health and safety of our cast and crew and invested in all the appropriate safety procedures. While it was very cold on set and participants were prepared for that, any claims of serious injury are untrue.
Yeah, what was it? What was the temperature, do they say?
Nah, it doesn't say in this story. I'm not really sure.
This is a game about endurance, is it not?
I believe so. According to the report, fewer than 5 of the 456 Squid Game, the challenge contestants required medical attention. One participant was believed to have injured their shoulder after running into a wall, and others were treated for mild ailments. So I don't know what
a big thing
about it. Yeah. Former couple Sean Penn and Robin Wright were recently spotted together in public for the first time in 6 years at an L.A. airport, more than a decade after their divorce, and pals are concerned for the actress.
Why?
Sources close to the situation revealed that pals are urging the Princess Bride star to steer clear of the notorious Hollywood hothead.
Because he's sexual dynamite.
After the airport reunion, the exes were seen together a second time at a meeting in Los Angeles. According to an insider, they said Sean and Robin have been getting close recently, but the worry is that Robin will forget all the reasons she broke up with Sean. They are both single right now, and they get along great, a source said. Sean has always said that Robin is the love of his life. He regrets many things that happened during their marriage, and he really enjoys spending time with her now.
That's something that happens, right? So you're seeing all the good things up front. Oh yeah, I love that about that person. I love that about that person. And then when you spend time, you remind yourself why you hated their guts.
Yeah, typical rebound.
Yeah.
Penn and Wright, who shared daughter Dylan and son Hopper, wed in 1996, but split 14 years later. amid lots of finger pointing. Sources revealed the exes are now commiserating after Sean divorced actress Leela George in 2000. I don't know when.
I don't remember that one.
It says 201.
All right. So they went the distance.
They went the distance.
Yeah.
And Robin divorced businessman Clement Giardet, or Giardet, I don't know, last July. Sean and Robin never stopped loving each other, said the insider, but it was a flawed relationship. She was walking a dangerous road. In 2014, Wright described her divorce from Penn as devastating.
Huh.
So anyhow, Wright, by the way, in her divorce from this guy, was awarded her clothing, jewelry, and other personal effects. In addition, she was awarded a home in Santa Monica, a property in New York, a BMW, all her artwork in her possession, and assets related to her career.
She also got the
well.
Vajazzler.
She got a Vajazzler.
Yeah.
Boy, that went out of fashion,
It
didn't
did go out of fashion.
Yeah, I
That's
guess
why she wanted it.
Yeah, I guess so. Ryan White, the director of Netflix's Pamela Anderson documentary, says she's nothing if not honest. Ahead of the release of Pamela, A Love Story, coming up on the 31st, the same day as her memoir, Love Pamela, comes out. Some of the anecdotes she shares in the projects have leaked out and made some headlines this week. Tim Allen had denied a story that Anderson tells in her book about him flashing her on her first day of home improvement in 1991 after telling her it was only fair because he had seen her naked in Playboy. Anderson doubled down in a response saying, it's a true story, and she meant no ill will toward Allen in telling it, but was illustrating uncomfortable situations that she faced during her career.
When people write books, these kind of books, they are really pressured by publishers to find something that they can release in tidbits, so these things start to come out. Mm-hmm. So this probably was, in her reckoning, a fairly innocuous part of the book, but that they wanted to get out. You know what I'm saying?
Soon after, Sylvester Stallone called it, quote, completely untrue that he offered her a condo and a Porsche and asked her to be his number one girl in that era.
I want you to be my number one girl.
Number
one is pee-pee.
Oh, my God.
What's number two?
Poo-poo.
I thought so.
She's told the Stallone story before in 2018 with an outlet noting at the time that his rep didn't respond to requests for comment. Pamela, A Love Story director White tells Yahoo Entertainment that he is not surprised people are denying things as the release date of the project draws close. However, he said, what I will say is Pamela is honest. She lives her life in the most honest way I've ever seen.
She's very honest.
He said her North Star is honesty to a fault. And I think she just cannot be dishonest. So I would put my money behind anything that Pamela Anderson ever says. Having spent time together making the documentary, including at her home in Ladysmith, British Columbia, where she moved in 2020, White said that Anderson doesn't do things to get attention, doesn't do things to make money, famously turning down a deal for $5 million after her home video with Tommy Lee was stolen and sold as a sex tape and never made any money off of it. He said, Pamela has never been a chess player when it comes to fame or money. It's just not interesting to her, and she's interested in living really authentically, though, out loud, and encourages that and honesty in everybody.
And, a lot of these things, the truth sits somewhere, between, and I'm sure something akin to what she says happened, and, it wasn't as bad. But I don't know, and I don't care,
So, by the way, the documentary uses videos and journals, her own personal stuff, to tell the story growing up in Canada and then, how she went through her childhood and in becoming a star and all that stuff.
It's depicted in the series pretty, I think it's really kind of a cool story. Her rise all the way up, being kind of just picked out. She was working in a fast food place, and then she ended up at a football game, I guess it was, in the stadium, and the camera focused in on her, and she was immediately approached and offered a contract.
Yep. Pamela, Love Story comes out Tuesday at 3 a.m. On Netflix. Her memoir, Love, Pamela, goes on sale the same day as well.
I'll wake up a little earlier. And then
3 a.m. That's all you got to do. Chelsea Handler claims that she didn't realize that she's been put on Ozempic just to lose a few pounds. The comedian told the Call Her Daddy podcast on Wednesday that her anti-aging doctor, quote, just hands the diabetes drug out to anybody to drop 5 pounds.
You can get an anti-aging doctor?
She said that she had no idea what she was on until she had lunch with a friend who was taking the drug and experienced similar symptoms such as nausea. And after the conversation, she realized she was taking Ozempic. So I don't know. You've got a doctor to prescribe it and didn't even know it. Steve, this is for you and I. I doubt anybody here is going to remember this guy, but I was sad to see this actor, Lance Kerwin.
Yes.
Who rose to fame in the 1970s through television series like Salem's Lot and James at 16, has died. He was 62 years old.
I loved that show, James at 16.
I loved
It was a great show. It was one of the first to kind of really feel like real.
Yeah,
in that level.
They took on some real topics and maybe what a teenager was really about.
He said, Dad, can I talk to you for a second?
It's kind of a little bit.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
And then his sister comes in.
Oh.
And that's just as equally so.
Mother,
I can't play it.
They first had James at 15, which were hour-long specials, and then it created a show, James at 16. But I love that. Kerwin's daughter, Savannah, announced his death on Wednesday, confirmed that he died the day prior. Cause of death was not provided. Kerwin was a California native. He got his start in acting in the 70s through his mother, who worked as a booking agent, and his father worked as an acting coach.
He was a natural.
His first major series was 1975's The Hamley Holvac, but a year later, he broke through as the star of Michael Landon's autobiographical drama of a teenage bedwetter called The Loneliest Runner.
Do you remember that?
I do remember.
So his mother, to shame, this is from Michael Landon's own story.
Yes.
His mother, to shame him because he was a bedwetter, would hang his piss-soaked sheet out the window, and so he had to run home from school to be so that the other kids wouldn't see it. Yeah.
And in that, he ended up becoming a long-distance runner.
Yeah.
Because he got so good at running home that his mother was psychotic.
Oh, a lunatic.
And there were several other people that were really mean to him. And it was Michael Landon's own story.
It's own story.
It really happened to him. And I remember the end of that, Steve, if you remember, so Michael Landon worked at a movie theater, and the manager was just really cruel to him. And Landon came back to the town years later, a legit star, and they were going to be debuting a movie at that movie theater.
Right.
And as he comes walking in, the manager comes up and he starts kissing his ass, and he goes, "By the way, I see that there are 3 light bulbs out on that marquee. I expect to see those replaced by the time we get out of the movie." I was like, what a great line. What a great sting. But anyhow, so he starred as the lead role in that. In 1977, he portrayed the role of James in two-hour made-for-TV film, James at 15, which focused on the trials of a Boston high schooler. And then that created James at 16, which was a series. And then Steve, he was in Salem's Lot.
He's so good. So he
1979.
He's the main kid in Salem's Lot, and he goes throughout the whole. It's about a 4-hour movie. They had it as a, I guess they called it a miniseries at the time.
Yeah.
But he's great. It's he and David Soul are the main protagonists.
That series terrified me.
I love
terrified
That's
me.
Toby Hooper, who directed Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
So good. And then he went on. He was on Little House on the Prairie and ABC After School specials and Wonder Woman and stuff like that.
Did it say what he died of?
No, it doesn't. But he worked sporadically in the 80s. He left Hollywood in the 90s and then became a youth minister. And that's kind of what he ended up doing. But after the news of his death, he was remembered by fellow child star Ike Eisman, who was in those Escape to Witch Mountain movies.
Yes, I remember those.
He posted something on Instagram, said, "I'm beyond heartbroken to hear the passing of one of my greatest friends and co-stars I've ever worked with, Lance Kerwin. He was the child actor that inspired me to be the best that I could because he was the best I had ever seen. Rest in peace, my friend." So I was bummed out to see that this morning. But on the heels of that, we have a birth to mention. Aren't you happy to know that the situation has procreated once again? Yes. Mike and Lauren Sorrentino announced the arrival of their second child on Wednesday.
You just scrapped the baby. That's awesome. I didn't know you had a butthole up front.
Oh, my God. The situation shared the news on Instagram, writing, "We got an amazing situation. We are beyond overjoyed to welcome our little girl to this world and join our growing family of 4.
He looks He looks like his own mole drawing. Like if you're a mole artist were to draw him.
seriously, yes.
All the features are exaggerated. Yeah.
The nose and the cheeks.
The whole thing.
Yep, I agree.
That is an adorable baby. I mean, it's just an absolute princess.
Now,
It's a
Nick, all he
cutie.
has to do is get an accountant to
Yeah.
keep him out of jail for tax
Don't
evasion.
go back to jail.
Yeah.
Now, Shamar Moore is a dad. The actor announced yesterday that he and his girlfriend, Desiree Dizon, welcomed their first child together, a daughter named Frankie.
That's your wife's crush, right?
She loves him, yeah. I always dug that name, Frankie, for a little girl. He wrote on Instagram, "Dreams come true. The rest of my life is here." So that's very sweet.
I bet you he and the Pituation pal around, or the situation.
Maybe. The pitch. Maybe he in the pitch.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that too.
Hey.
Hey.
Kim Kardashian reportedly helped Paris Hilton through her surrogacy process. A source told Page Six exclusively, Kim did give her advice on IVF, surrogacy, doctor recommendations, etc. The Simple Life alum and her husband Carter announced Tuesday that they welcomed their first child, a baby boy, together. So somehow or another, Kim jumped in and gave some advice.
Is there anything she can't do? She's a lawyer.
Very
she's
little
a
she can
midwife.
do.
It's unbelievable.
So John Legend has a few skincare secrets up his sleeve.
Listen close.
One of them is not doing it alone. The All of Me singer opened up about his new personal care brand, which is called Loved One, saying that his skincare routine hinges on sharing showers with his wife, Chrissy Teigen.
No, sorry. I don't like showering with anybody else.
I don't either.
And sex in the shower is painful.
Yeah, I don't like showering with someone else because at some point the other person has to take the water and then you stand there in the cold.
Well,
It's
that's why
wrong.
you need two heads.
Well,
yeah, two shower heads would be
Two
great.
shower heads, but I don't know. Soaping up boobs is one of my favorite things ever.
you can still do that. Just stand outside the shower and open the door.
Legend shared that using skincare and shower time to bond with your loved ones, like his brand name implies, will help you stick to a routine and have more fun doing it. He said, "We shower a lot together, not too graphic."
What about baths? Are you? Have you taken baths with a significant other, with Rochelle?
No, I don't think I've ever done that.
I don't like that either.
At some point, maybe.
In a pool is fun though.
We'll do hot tub, but
Yeah.
and that's okay. But a bathtub, it's a little too tight.
A pool offers more. What?
Where it hangs down by your nuts is a little too tight.
Yeah.
Up under the back to my under my bunghole.
You think LBJ took baths?
Oh, absolutely.
Always a little too tight.
Yeah, I
guess.
love making fart bubbles. I light them.
They go blub 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 blub.
Like my butthole's playing bongos.
Yeah.
That's Mr. President. Are you done?
See if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends round under my back to my bunghole. The crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
Yes, Mr. President.
Didn't the press secretary some point say, like, we should stop this interview?
Yeah.
Let's cut this one off.
Whatever happened to that?
Last question.
So the other night, I had the ambassador from Germany in the house, and I farted, and I crapped myself something off, and the stink was just making it.
We're going to have to wrap, Mr. President.
What's that now?
We're going to have to
Final
wrap it
question.
up.
Yep.
Oh, my God. I woke up this morning, and I was just covered in my own filth.
So
We got to go, Mr. President.
So he added that he and Deegan will share products that they like with each other and care for each other during their nighttime routines. He even picked up a few of her favorite products to add to his own regimen. Legend's new collection, which includes 6 dermatologist-approved products created to treat the needs of melanin-rich skin that everyone can benefit from, is centered on reaching those undeserved in the beauty space.
You don't deserve it.
His brand stands out because it will be more accessible. His skincare brand will be sold at CVS and Walmart, differing from more expensive brands that you can only buy at higher-end shops.
Do you get your beauty care products at Walmart, Kathy?
You know what? I get my beauty care products at Target. I've tried all the expensive stuff,
And there's nothing to it.
You know what? And like what I have is just simple and
pay
doesn't
for the
have any
name.
additives in it, and I like it. It works for me.
All
You
right.
should try out the John Legend
Yeah.
collection when you get a chance.
Or the Richard Dreyfuss.
2 more quickies. Once Upon a Time alums Ethan Embry and Sonny Mabry are set to reunite in season 1 of the CW's upcoming series Gotham Knights. And the pair will portray Arthur and Crystal Brown, respectively, a game show host and his wife who is battling a secret addiction. Interesting. I like Ethan Embry.
So
He's
do
good.
I.
And then the last story that I have is Anna Delvey maybe under house arrest, but that isn't stopping her from hosting her own reality show.
You knew that was going to happen.
The subject of Netflix's Inventing Anna will chat with celebrities in her newly announced show. It's called Delvey's Dinner Club. I can't believe this.
You look Paul.
Oh my God!
You know what the thing is that there's literally at a certain point everything can potentially land you a show. The stuff that used to be stuff that you'd live with regret and you say, why did I do that? Now it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just hang a little bit. You'll probably get a show offer.
Going to jail. Yeah, we'll do it. She said
How did
there's.
Bernie Madoff miss out on hosting a game show or something?
She said
$25,000 pyramid.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it writes itself.
perfect.
Come on.
Yeah.
Only you pay him at the end of it.
$25,000 pyramid scheme.
Yeah. There's nothing like this is according to her. She said there's nothing like the experience of bringing together a curated group of friends to share life stories and enjoy a great culinary experience. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with Wheelhouse and Butternut.
Butternut?
Yeah, to bring my vision to a wider audience and share a glimpse of the real Anna Delvey.
So somebody was explaining why she still has traction, and they suggested that the people who are caught up in her con game are so embarrassed that they kind of don't want to admit that was the case, and they're going to continue celebrating her because it makes them look less like idiots.
Liar, whore, and you know it.
That's it.
Insanely shallow people, man. All right, so clips. Let's do that. Natasha Lyonne has starred in numerous TV shows and films in her 37-year acting career, but the excitement of Hollywood is not lost on her. Here, Natasha talks about an unexpected moment at the Golden Globes while promoting her next show, Poker Face.
I found out that we'll be at the table with Tim Burton, but I'm worried I don't look goth enough. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
Poker Face is now streaming on Peacock.
Ryan Johnson is attached to that project.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The director.
Yeah.
And friend of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, creator.
Dear friend, and an actual friend. Are you listening, Bradley Cooper?
All right, next clip. The 6th season of Jersey Shore Family Vacation picks back up following the seemingly never-ending drama of the iconic group. And here, Sammy and Snooki explain the necessity for having multiple group chats. Here we go.
I know the girls have their own, the boys have their own, because when you're talking about feminine things, I'm sure MVP,
periods and babies. I thought I told you to shut up.
That's 2 Jersey Shore stories we had in one entertainment
It's
report.
almost unbearable.
Jersey Shore Family Vacation airs tonight, 8 o'clock, and that's on MTV.
I'm waiting for Jersey Shore Extermination.
Yes, and that is the last bit of information I have in the entertainment report for you today. We are happy that you're joining us, friend. We have a lot of things taking place. Guitarist Vernon Reid is going to be joining us. We have another special guest who handles all the music in the NFL broadcasts on NBC. And so the songs you hear coming in out of commercial breaks and so on, it's just kind of a cool, niche little job. And obviously, all eyes will be on the game on Sunday.
Yep.
And we'll ask him about what that's all about later on.
May I take a moment? You're working hurt today, and I don't think a trained ear would not know.
Oh, thank you, man.
So a round of applause for Preston.
Hey, I appreciate the acknowledgement. Yeah, I feel horrible today. I have some kind of cold thing, but whatever. I'm just the excitement around the fact that we have tickets to give away to the game on Sunday. I think that's keeping me alive today. So we'll do more in our block pool at some point, several points actually during the program. So make sure you stay with us because we have like 30 of them to give away this morning. And you could win tickets to the NFC Championship game, the Eagles and the 49ers this weekend in South Philadelphia at the Link, courtesy of our good friends at Duncan. We run on Duncan, so hang out. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. After more than...
I notice things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The noticer.
I noticed the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The noticer.
Antsy?
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor
You
impact.
never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office.
Mm-mm.
God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember that.
Palance was always the best. Believe it or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Or not.
You breathe and...
This chick is just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not. Remember his, I despise weak soup. Remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes, I hate it.
I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair and lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story. Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he has built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
YouTube frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great news.
Yes.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
We should get together and do have a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono.
It's Bono.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. They had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first man of the year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which is...
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
Which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
You wanna know
sexy.
what's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
We don't even have any left. You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. The whole group of girls leaning into his mouth.
Ladies, there's enough breath to go around.
But he said, the sexist, the Poverty is Sexist campaign.
Poverty is sexy.
The Poverty is Sexy campaign is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women, those who survive on less than $2 a day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The honorees will be celebrated November 14th at an event in Los Angeles hosted by actress Tracy Ellis Ross. So I don't know if Bono will be there. Maybe, I would hope he would show up for something like that.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there to your event tonight, but I'm too busy breathing on people and making their week. providing a subtle yet wonderful reminder of what food tastes like. Why are we honoring him again?
Bono, humanitarian.
You owe it to yourself as a pure nightmare, as something so disturbing.
Yeah.
The last Bob Hope, his Christmas special.
Yeah, which were legendary.
Yeah. This one, the last one, it's like he should have been put to sleep years before.
You mean actually put down like a vet would put down a...
Yes, just the way you do to a sick dog. You know, you don't want to let them suffer any longer.
We're their advocate, and if we don't take care of them...
Yeah. He had a good run.
And exactly. Exactly.
Like Ray Walston with the dog in Mice and Men.
Yes.
Yes. I'll do it if you can't.
Yeah. and it's funny. That brings me. I went on with Robert Osborne, and he asked me to pick movies to show, and one of them was the original of Mice and Men.
Lon Chaney Jr.
Yeah, Lon Chaney and Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece.
That scene still works, the dog one.
If you are not a blobbering mess of slop when that's in both movies of the Gary Sinise as well, then you're an inhuman piece of filth.
Yes, and how it comes back later on in the movie where Lenny kills the girl.
Yeah.
And George goes, oh, no. And it comes back because, like, earlier, when they find out Lenny killed the girl, that the old man says to George, he goes, I shouldn't have let him kill my dog. I should have killed him.
Yes. Right. Oh, my God.
It's just so upsetting.
Yeah.
But you realize now George has to go after Lenny.
No. And so you would have done the same with Bob Hope down by the river?
So there's a scene.
Yeah.
You could find it on the internet.
Okay.
Where he's dressed up as Jack Frost with a big pointed hat and a little beard. And it's like, he has no idea his own name at this point. And when I watch this, I think, and his voice is like that, it's no longer the, hey, everybody.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Now it's like, hey. And it's like, you watch it, and it looks like his wife's revenge. Like Dolores' revenge for all the screwing around that Bob Hope did on her.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at him. The guy died 5 years before this was filmed.
I mean, I adore Bob Hope, but that's a mistake.
Oh, God.
Wow. Jesus.
How did we get on this topic?
Because because we needed him to... Gilbert makes the point that he should have been euthanized many years earlier.
Right.
Yes. And it's like Dolores is singing and dancing here. She's old, but she does what... And it switches back to him to go... That's me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cesar Romero, who played the Joker on Batman.
And did a brilliant job.
Yes. We should preface it with that. He did a brilliant job. And he was like, in his day, the Latin lover.
Absolutely.
And like
the mustache, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And he would be with all the beautiful actresses.
Yes.
But he in real life, he was gay.
Yeah.
And what he was into was he'd gather up a bunch of his boy toys. And he'd stand there.
How do you know this?
Trust me. He would pull down his pants and underwear, and depending on who you hear it from, you always hear slight variation. Some people said he stood ankle deep in warm water.
Ankle deep in warm water.
I guess it added to it. And while these boy toys would fling orange wedges at his ass.
Oh my God, what the?
And so
You know, you've told that on this show, but I still love hearing it.
I love it.
I just the level. I mean, I think I told you the story that I heard, and this is one that I've heard from a few sources. But about Raymond Burr, have you heard that?
Well, I mean, I know a gay, but I didn't hear any.
His deal was he had a clear picnic table.
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
We have to watch how we say it.
Now, I heard it with Danny Thomas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, so I don't believe any of it now.
And with Danny Thomas, if you ask the right people.
All right. Which means some of these stories might lack credibility, but they're still fun.
They'll say, oh, you mean make room for duty? Or the other one is make poo for daddy. And that I heard it with Danny Thomas that he would have a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And hired hookers to take a dump on the table.
Okay.
And
He'd be underneath
would,
it.
And now a variation I heard is sometimes
somebody from the Fresh Beat Band.
See, well, now I heard the Fresh Beat Band is hired out to take a dump on people's tables.
They don't have a show anymore.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. There was a story that's making the rounds. It was at a basketball at Duquesne. This was last night, I guess. And so somebody was at the game, wanted something to eat, and so they put in an order with Uber Eats to get McDonald's, by the way. Okay. Which, you can just hit the drive-thru if you want to go to McDonald's. But anyway, so they hit up Uber Eats. The Uber Eats driver, the delivery guy, comes out to the game, makes his way into the game, is trying to find the person, and during the middle of play, walks onto the court.
No, are you kidding me?
We are not kidding.
With their delivery. Now, it was at one of the corners as they're coming around the end. But still, the play was taking place, Casey, as close as you and I are right now.
Yeah, the players are right there, and he's walking onto the court
with a bag of McDonald's.
Wait, the person delivering the food did that?
Yes.
Yeah.
The person delivering the food did that. They were looking for the...
How are they even allowed in? Don't you need a ticket?
I don't know. You would think you'd need a ticket.
You know, when we're courtside for like the Sixers are doing anything, there are like 9 handlers that are making sure that you don't go onto the court.
Can delivery people get into a ticketed event if they say that they've got a delivery to make?
Is that the golden ticket? Because I'll just grab a bag of McDonald's and go to the next concert.
That might be.
Well, a lot of and I'm not talking about like down at the sports complex, but some places where you're paying for parking, if you're getting Uber, they will allow you in to be dropped off at the front door.
Okay, interesting.
Oh my God!
Yeah, Casey, they're
dude's wearing Nike Dunks. He should know what's going on the court.
And he's literally one step away from one of the players. One step away.
Inactive play.
Yeah.
It's
Listen,
not like play was at the other end of the court.
Yeah.
Like it was right there.
Yep.
I hope that this is Steve. You and I sometimes we're lock and step here. I hope that this is some sort of campaign, either for McDonald's
I
or
can't
for Uber
imagine.
Eats or something. I don't know.
This would make them look bad, you know?
Maybe, but maybe they can spin it. But it's unbelievably ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't. What?
I know.
Wow.
Well, the thing is that, again, this is now immortalized, this picture of him literally standing behind the guy with the ball. So was he disoriented? I don't know if anyone's talked to him yet.
Did he get in trouble?
He should be.
No. He got the dude got the delivery. The guy got his food, and everybody went on about that. There weren't. Could there a penalty be called because somebody wanders onto the?
But for who?
I mean, I know.
For Uber Eats,
too many men in the ice. Right?
I don't know. Maybe
too many food delivery services on the court.
Well, maybe it's upon the home team because they're in charge of the playing. I don't know. Hell, I don't know.
Perhaps that player shouldn't have ordered Uber Eats during a game, Preston.
Yeah, maybe it was a player. Yeah,
I was at the Sixers game last night, and I was watching this guy who he was wearing a Steve Young jersey. He was clearly a 49ers fan, but dude, he was standing behind where Matt Cord sits and interacting with the people at that table. And I was like, that is like, I mean, it's not Uber Eats on the court, but like these people are there. They have a job to do.
Right.
And this dude was flat out like trying to, and I was like, is somebody gonna like intervene here and get this dude out of here? He had a drink in his hand. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, get this dude out of here.
We'd like to open up the phones and see if there are any people that can share stories of you accidentally wandered into something and had no idea. And all of a sudden you realize that you're in a board of trustees meeting or something like that, and you're like,
I wonder for this guy, is it an exact case of that, Preston, where he's so committed to living the food that he's like, and it just everything else blurred.
Dude's got a job to do.
Yeah.
Marissa?
There's a whole series on like TikTok where people will do whatever they can to get into a festival. Like my favorite one was these people brought like 10 heads of iceberg lettuce. And they walked up and they were like, hey, we're delivering the lettuce. And the security guard was like, okay.
Right.
And just let him into a festival.
We've done it before. We did Casey. We sent him out to various places with the theory was if you had a clipboard and a lab coat.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could get
They'd let you through.
anywhere you want to. And we sent him to the vet at the time to go out onto the field to test the next turf.
Uh-huh.
Which was a big debacle at the time. It's
horrible.
And we sent you in some other places as well, but yeah.
Not only that, but you had me try and get somebody to do a home pregnancy test on the
turf?
actual turf.
Yeah.
And I got people doing that. And it wasn't until like word got to somebody inside the stadium that we were doing this live on the air.
I think I've shared this before, but there was the premiere of the John Adams miniseries on HBO, and it was here in Philadelphia. It was at the Constitution Center, and Tom Hanks was there, and Paul Giamatti was there, and David McCullough, the guy that wrote the book, was there. And I got to go down. I got a little bit of audio with Tom Hanks, a little bit of audio with Paul Giamatti. It was a really neat night. But there was a VIP reception, and if you've been to the Constitution Center, there's a lot of different like small rooms.
Yes.
And I knew that there was a screening of the first episode of John Adams, and I was supposed to go to that one. There was also a VIP screening of John Adams with like some Comcast executives and some higher ups. And Tom Hanks. So I go upstairs and I like had a couple cocktails and I'm wandering around the halls of the upstairs of the Constitution Center, and I made 2 lefts instead of making 2 rights or whatever. And I ended up in the VIP reception area, and I was having a nice conversation with somebody, and then I realized about, 2 minutes in, this is not where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
But there was a screen, and then Tom Hanks walks in. I'm like, you know what? I've made it this far. Like now it'd be awkward if I left. So like I did not intend on being there in the first place, but once I got in there, I was like, I'm not leaving now. I'm gonna hang out with Tom Hanks.
And then sometimes you're locked. Like you talk about happening like a conference, Preston, or going into the wrong room.
Yep.
And then you how do I get out of here now?
Right.
Yeah.
And if you try to get out, like if this dude that's wandering around on the court, like just made an issue of it, he would have been more noticed, So like at that point where I'm in the room with Tom Hanks, I'm like, I guess I'm stuck here now. And if I try to get out, I'm going to make more of an issue of it.
There was when I first started at Y100, Preston, I don't remember the guy's name, but he was like a Street Squad member, like one just before me. And he accidentally ended up in the presidential motorcade in one of the Y100 vehicles.
Oh, my God. So he's driving, and he got stuck in between like all the limos and stuff?
Yeah.
Dude, we've all, how many of us have had that situation where you don't realize you've worked your way into a train of cars going to a funeral? And I remember I just was oblivious, and I'm like, why are you going so goddamn slow?
Turn your blinkers off.
Come on! If your car is in trouble, pull to the side.
So if you've accidentally wandered into something, 215-263-WMMR. We, one time, Rochelle and I, we were in D.C., and we're just walking around the city, just looking at stuff, and then the next thing you know, we're marching in some kind of
You're in a protest
that was taking place. To this day, I don't know what they were protesting, but we were.
Thanks for coming. When were you exposed to asbestos?
What? I felt like Forrest Gump. Tell us about the war, man.
Oh, it's like in Modern Family. Mitch and Cam are walking along, and they get drawn into a protest.
Yeah,
and so they're like, they don't know what to chant, so they're like, this has got to stop, because you don't know.
Yeah. 215-263-WMMR is the number. I will go to Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great, Sarah. What's up?
Oh, my gosh. So I'm a teacher. I was just saying, and end of the year, teachers are kind of getting relaxed, doing some stuff. Once grading's done, we have a lot of free time. So I had a good friend next door. We were huge Game of Thrones fans, and I was in the process of making a little Game of Thrones, the iron seat, and I was making it with clay, and I was super excited because, I'm a mat nerd. Super excited. I run next door to show my good friend. I bust through her door, and she's in the middle of this important meeting with our superintendent and a bunch of our administrators. And I didn't know what to do, so I kind of just hide this thing behind me and just blew it.
So you're standing there with your little fan art project, and you come
It was
busting
so
in.
embarrassing.
Oh my God!
I've never seen anything like. I was so embarrassed.
Do you just come in and just follow through and go, I know you guys are talking about something important, but look at this.
Yep.
This is awesome.
That was my intention, but I just, once I saw the administrator's face, I just backed out and hoped he didn't really see anything.
Oh,
yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
This is a similar sort of thing. It was at one of my first jobs was for when pay TV, cable, HBO was just brand new, and I was working in a place. And I walked in, and this is worse. Instead of walking in from the back, I walked in from the front. So I walked in where the stage was.
Steve's here.
And I'm like, everyone's looking at me. And the door, I couldn't get, I was like when Bush tried to leave the stage and the door.
Yeah.
And everyone is looking at me. It was like a little mini kind of amphitheater sort of setup.
Oh my God.
Like a professor would give a lecture.
Right.
And everyone's looking at me. It was like right out of a movie.
Man.
But you never feel like a bigger dumbass.
Oh, totally. That's the thing. You just it's like the spotlight just all of a sudden just shined on you.
Our guest speaker's here.
I have Emily next. Hi, Emily. Morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. Emily, what's up this morning?
So about 20 years ago, my husband and I went to see Cake at House of Blues in Orlando.
Okay.
And we were pretty lit at one point. My husband goes to look for the bathroom, and he stumbles upon this door that says Wolf's Den. He opens the door thinking it's the bathroom, and it's the green room. He opens the door. Cake is sitting there. The band is sitting there.
So the band's just sitting there looking at you guys.
Exactly. They just look at him. He's like, "Oh, sorry." Turns around, walks away. Oh my God! It was classic.
That's when you can sort of fake it and say, I'm delivering heads of cabbage or whatever the
heads of lettuce.
Yeah.
And you have to decide at that moment, do I run with this?
Right.
Or
what do I do?
Am I playing the oops, sorry, get out of here card? We have Kathy next. Hi, Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks. How are you?
Wonderful. Kathy, what's up?
So 2017, of course, Journey's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. I have to be there.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
So we get there and we go upstairs to our seats, and it's like the first row from the ceiling. And I'm like, I cannot be up here to my husband. He's like, well, there's nothing we can do. So, it's getting, into the concert, and I'm getting I can't be up here. So we start walking. We walk. And I'm like, there's security guys everywhere. There's one guy that turns his head and walks to talk. And I'm like, come on, let's go through the story. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know, but let's go see where it takes us. It takes us all the way down by the stage to the VIP when Snoop Dogg is doing Tupac's induction. And I'm like, oh my God, we're down here with everybody. And he's like, we got to get out of here. I'm like, we're not going anywhere. We're staying here. Journey's next.
I'd like to say a few words about Tupac.
Yeah, so you grab the mic. All right, so you guys stay there, and what happens, Kathy?
So we stand on the stairs, and I'm screaming like, ah, and my husband's like, shut up. The guy comes down, and he says, oh, my wife has a really bad back. Can she just stand for a little bit? They're like, yeah. We stayed there the whole time. When Journey comes on, you see me on, the DVD play now. So when you go back and watch it, Steve Perry gets up to talk, and you hear it gets quiet. And you hear me scream, I love you, Steve Perry. My husband's like, shut up.
Oh, my God.
I can't. Yeah, so there's
Wow.
VIP.
That is wild.
Fantastic.
Why do I have the feeling, Preston, were we in the same situation, we'd be shot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you,
Yeah.
Kathy. That's awesome. Thanks. We appreciate it. So she stumbled into something awesome as opposed to being awkward and scary. Let's see. I don't know what Steve has to say, but I'm going to go to him. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, Carpe Banana.
Carpe Banana.
And a Carpe Banana to you. What's up, Steve?
So my uncle grew up next to this shipyard, like scrapyard, where they would break down old boats and whatever.
Okay.
Right.
When they were kids, they would always like play on the boats. So the one day they saw this thing and like they jump on it and they go inside. Turns out it's like a military submarine.
Oh, my
and
God.
It still had the lights on and like everybody's stuff was in there. And like him and his buddy were like, "Oh no,
Yeah.
we shouldn't be here."
Cut to them traveling under the Arctic Circle.
Right. Oh my God. I know people. Thank you, by the way. I know a different story, but they have found themselves. This is more of a kind of getting lost. But so Graterford Prison is right where I
Yes.
live, and there are roads that go onto the prison property. And if you don't know where you're going, you can accidentally end up there.
So is there any signage?
Yeah, there's signs. There's definitely
Okay.
signs. But I forgot who was a teacher, and she was on her way to work or something like that. And somebody said, "Oh, you just cut through the prison." What? Cut through the prison? Yeah, there's a road, but it doesn't go to the prison. It just goes to the yard, and you can take that, and it's fine. So she's like, "All right," and took it, and no. Police pull her over.
They don't let you just cut through the
and
prison?
they're just like, "You need to get the hell out of here right now."
Can you open up those main gates? I'm trying to get to the other side.
Right.
There's a, I think it's like a mental hospital in Norristown.
Yes.
And
It's freaky.
but
Yeah.
there's like that park and that walkway that you can see it from there. And I was sort of like checking it out. I'm like, oh wow, that's really interesting. And then we were leaving, and I was not intending to stop by the mental hospital, but I somehow ended up in the parking lot of the hospital. We were lost. I was trying to turn around and get out of there. It was the first time I was there, and like. I was so shocked at the barbed wire around it.
I think Kathy Romano has mental issues.
No, like
I saw her in the parking lot at the hospital.
It looked right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I was like pulling out. I'm like, oh no.
Where did you
I'm not a patient.
Where did you accidentally wander into? We're going to go to Corey. Hi, Corey. Good morning.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
Okay. What's up, Corey? We want to hear your story.
So about early 2000s, I was a cadet at the United States Coast Guard Academy up in New London, Connecticut, and I was part of the Glee Club. And we would perform at the Coast Guard Foundation dinners at the Marriott Marquis Hotel in New York City. And we performed there every year. And my senior year, we took the kitchen elevator down like we always did to avoid traffic from the hotel. And the elevator doors opened. We walked out thinking we were just heading out to our bus to head back to the academy, and ended up we looked around and we knew we were in the wrong spot. And we ended up walking through Billy Joel's birthday party. And so we're all in uniform. We're all in our Coast Guard uniforms. And he sees us from across the room and beelines over to us. And, of course, he takes very fancy to the girls and like, has everybody in the room clap for us. And he gives the girls the take-home gift bag as we're leaving with, like, $1,500 gift cards.
Dude, what?
In New York City and all. Yeah.
That's very cool.
Oh, that's too funny. How many years ago was this, Corey?
What's that?
How long ago was this?
This was the early 2000s.
Oh, that's so funny.
Man,
That's
he was a really nice guy. I don't know if it was because we were in uniform that he let us slide, but
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that.
Get him out of here!
Yeah. I'm sure that absolutely helped out. That's a great story, man. Thank you. Here's another musician-based story. I'm going to go to Tim. Hey, Tim. Morning.
Hey yo!
Hey yo! Rocky impression.
What's happening, Tim?
Hey yo! 2009 Wakarusa Music Festival, Arkansas, with a buddy, and we were seeing bands all day. Of course, Modest Yahoo was there, Les Claypool, you know, and a lot of mushrooms were involved that day, I believe.
All right, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So we wandered about, I don't know what time of night it was. It was dark out, and we walked into this tent that was off in the distance, me and my buddy, and it was like, man, it's quiet in here. And we start walking through, and people are on the ground, and like, what's happening right now? And then before we realized it, it was a big prayer circle with about 30 people that Modest Yahoo was heading up.
Oh, wow. Modest Yahoo was leading this prayer circle, and you guys walked into it. Oh, my.
Yeah, and nobody was saying anything. And before we realized, we were a couple rows in, and everybody's staring at us. Modest Yahoo's staring at us. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, no.
My buddy goes, how y'all doing? Cricket. Like, everybody just stared at us, and it was one of those situations where you're like, oh,
Excuse me, pardon me.
Yeah, listen, like Rabbi used to do his prayers here in the morning, and like he wasn't allowed to speak. During that, and if you saw him, he could just gesture to you, but he couldn't speak, and that's probably what they were in the middle
I
of.
remember walking in on him one time. Like I had to ask him a question. And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and he kind of just looked at me like, "Get out."
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Tim,
One
that's
of these
hilarious.
days.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Where can I get some churros?
Let's go to John next. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey, Preston, how are you?
Wonderful. What's up, buddy?
So I work for Channel 6, and many, many years ago, my partner and I were doing doing the news show, doing reports on the Thanksgiving Day parade. And we didn't realize that we'd inadvertently parked ourselves into a corner. So when the news show was over and we were done and ready to go home for the day, we couldn't get out. We were trapped because the parade had already started.
That's awesome.
So my partner and I took one, looked at each other, and we said, well, we've got two choices here. We can wait 4 or 5 hours until the parade's over and then go home. Or we just got into the news van, worked our way into the middle of the parade. And
join the parade.
We know we're in between two floats.
There's the news van again.
Oh, my
So
God.
we could find a side street and get the hell out of there.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I would have
the right choice.
Yeah. Besides, it's
I was my own float for about 10 minutes.
your station. Yeah, you had every right to be.
It's your parade.
Even if you weren't invited.
You made the right call, John. Thanks, man.
Do what you gotta do.
All right, see you later. This wasn't by accident, but just piggybacking off that. Do you remember when we got to be in the chase vehicle for the Maniac bike race?
So awesome.
That was really cool.
Oh, my God, I love that.
Yeah.
I was talking the other day about, and people may not even remember now at this point, about having the bike race, down through Maniac and taking the whole tour and everything. You got to drive the wrong way on streets you've been driving for a long time. It was great.
Excellent. I'm going to go back to wandering into something by accident. We'll go to Brian next. Hey, Brian, good morning.
I'm sorry, guys. It's actually pronounced Julie Kirkhoff.
Forgive us.
Forgive us.
Forgive us.
What's up, Brian?
How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Back in high school, I started talking to this girl, Kim, and she invited me to her house. So, I'm all excited. I go to her house, show up, knock on the door, and her mom answers. And she goes, oh, come on in. She's upstairs. She'll be down in a moment. So I hang out, talk to the mom for 10, 15 minutes. And down this old lady waddles down the steps. I'm like, whatever, it's her grandma. I'm meeting the family. So then I talk to the grandma for 15 minutes. After being at this house for a half hour, I'm like, I'm sorry, but is Kim here? And the mom tells me that I'm in the wrong house.
Oh, my God.
So I walked into a stranger's house and have a conversation with this lady and her mother for about a half hour. They thought I was a nephew coming to see her.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
That is great. That is awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it was definitely an awkward moment, but it's something I would remember the rest of my life.
That's great.
Did you any desire to keep in touch? Were they they really nice?
I mean, you seem like you would go back and say hi, but nah. Once that moment's gone, I think I don't want to relive it.
Right.
That's great.
Before they call the cops.
It's almost like that, that the people that have gotten together for Thanksgiving for the past several years, they accidentally invited somebody they didn't know.
That was,
And it's turned into a regular thing. Here's a text that says, got swept along with a protest in Paris. Still don't know what it was about since I don't speak French. Had no idea what to do. I called my mom, tried to figure out where I was and what to do. When I got home, there was a GPS laying on my bed. So
that's great.
It was before the time of Google Maps. I got lost. Oh, that's too funny. Let me go next. So this whole story kicked off with was it an Uber Eats driver?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who ended up on a basketball court. And we'll go to Patrick because he does DoorDash. Hi, Patrick. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, it says here you deliver in Tennessee?
Yeah, I'm a Philly native, but I moved down to Chattanooga about 7 years ago.
All right.
And that's where I found DoorDash to make a little side money and stuff. And I did it around the college in Chattanooga. And there was this DoorDash order one day. Said to pick up from some restaurant, and then the order specification said it was on UTC campus.
Okay.
It was in a classroom. And I thought, it's just like a regular classroom, a couple of kids, learning stuff. It was a whole amphitheater, essentially.
No.
And there was a whole instruction going on, and I walk in the door with this big bag of food, and the instructor was like, "Who are you? Are you a student?" And I was trying to look for the guy. And I eventually found him, but everybody was just like looking at me like I was like,
Wow.
All right. So, Patrick, let me ask you a question about this because this person ended up delivering to a basketball game, ended up on the floor for some reason. Do you sometimes get really vague orders that are like, that'll send you, and you have to track down the person? There's no specific location where they are?
oh, absolutely, yeah. Sometimes this actually happens a lot where I'll have to actually call the customer and be like, hey, where's your house, or like, where's your apartment? It just says it doesn't say the apartment number. It just says like the apartment complex's address.
Yeah.
And I gotta like call them, and sometimes they don't answer.
That's a pain in the ass. So like when I order stuff, I go down to the end of I stand like in front of my house so that the person delivering can see. I can't imagine showing up at, say there's 300 or 400 people in a room and you've got to find out who ordered the food, and I'm surprised they would accept such an order without any specificity.
Oh yeah, there was one time where I actually called the customer and I texted him. And he texted me back a couple minutes later. He said, just keep the food and cancel the order.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, and Patrick, we also had a question about, since this person was going to a basketball game, have you ever delivered to a ticketed event and shown up and just said, look, I got a delivery. I gotta get in,
Never to a ticketed event.
Okay.
No, I don't think. Yeah.
I'm just
But
curious.
I could in the future.
You've what?
I could in the future.
You could in the future, yeah. All right.
So we'll try to get you into a ticketed event.
Patrick, thanks for listening in Tennessee, man. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, of course.
All right, take care. Yeah, I'm just curious how this guy or girl, I can't tell by the video, how they ended up in the
on the court.
Yeah.
Yeah, got in.
Even in the venue.
Yeah.
Like how they let you in. I don't know. Let me see here. I will go to, all right, here you go. Wandering into something. I'll go to Jared. Hey, Jared, good morning.
Hey, how are you? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
Well, I was working up in Vermont, and, I'm from New Jersey. I'm not really familiar with the area. And I was texting on my phone, driving down the highway, and I missed the last exit in the United States, and I came upon Border Patrol. Thinking, I could just explain the situation and explain around, but that was it. They detained me for like 3 hours.
Oh, my God.
They searched my truck, and so, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could kind of, that was sort of the,
thanks, Jared.
I've been there. I've been accidentally driving onto a military base. Stuff like that can happen, especially if you get out like in Arizona or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. All right, 2 more calls here. I'm going to go to Jeff next. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Good morning, bud. What's up?
So I bought tickets to the Hall of Fame game at the Phillies in 2009, and I went with my dad, who was 80. And we're leaving the game, and it's a big mess when you're leaving the game. And we find ourselves behind the Hall of Famers, the Mike Schmitz and all those other guys.
Yeah.
And we're walking, and all of a sudden the security guard puts his hand around the back of my dad like he's part of the group and leads him into the room.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I thought you were going to say took him out.
Oh, well, the legend is here.
And I'm left, and I said to the security guard, hey, I'm with him. He goes, no, you're not. And he just pushed me away. My dad's inside it for like a half hour.
That's my dad.
He thinks your dad is one of the guys, one of the legends, and yeah.
As an executive with the whatever. I mean, I was like, what's going on? He goes, I'm waiting outside for him. He finally comes out with this huge smile. He goes, that was amazing.
That's hilarious. And rather than tip his hand and say, hey, that's my son, let me go get him, he just played along and
I've never met this person.
Well, yeah, because at that point, you're like, I don't want to ruin it.
I mean,
that's
at
hilarious.
80, he's kind of like, he's not all there. So I think he just went, I'm invited to the party, of course.
That's so funny. All right, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. And then this one sounds good. I'm going to go to Haley. Hi there, Haley. Good morning.
Hi, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Haley, you accidentally wandered in somewhere. Where was it?
Back in high school, me and some upperclassmen went and visited this abandoned slaughterhouse tannery factory, and they told me to stick with them because it was very dangerous and it was easy to get hurt. And of course, I didn't listen, and I kind of strayed away from them. And before I know it, they're calling for me, and my one friend rounds the corner, and the look of terror on his face, and he's like, "Stand still."
And I'm like, I thought he was messing with me. And then he's like, you're standing over the boarded up acid bath.
Oh my God.
And sure enough, I looked down and realized, 'cause it's dark in there, so I didn't notice at first, but I was standing over something that was boarded up, and he explained, he's like, this is where they would dip the hides to get the fur off of it. Don't move, that wood's rotten.
Oh my God.
Dude, Jesus. Man.
And the anxiety that shot through my body.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. No one wants to stand on rotting wood that's suspended over an acid bath.
And I would imagine it was tour's over, folks. Got to go. Thanks for coming by.
Bye.
All right, thank you,
Seriously.
Haley. Appreciate it. Actually, one more call because we have an anonymous caller. I want to go to this. Hi, anonymous caller. You're on the air. Good morning.
Whoa. Am I on the air?
Yes.
Cool.
What's up, buddy?
So I'm all over the general area, sometimes Allegheny, Philly, and Allentown in the same day doing inspections for all different types of buildings and homes.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I'm at this house, and the guy seemed really cool, but he answered the door in a robe, which was just kind of threw me off a little bit. You know, someone common maybe throw on a shirt. But so the guy tells me I can look anywhere I need to look. I'm doing an inspection, trying to kind of keep it vague. So he tells me, just anywhere but the one space in the basement. And I said, okay, no problem. So I usually have my head down. It's dark. I have a flashlight. And I wind up in the place he tells me not to go to. And it's about that time I realized I'm in a sex dungeon.
Oh my God.
All right.
But look, you got to picture the scene. It's like a museum collection quantity of toys. Like there's like a weed whacker motor attached to something. I don't know where it goes or what it does. And I turn around and the guy sees me in there, and I just froze. And he's like, I said, I am so sorry, dude. I made. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. And I'm like, all right. And I couldn't get out of there quicker. But he introduces me to his wife on the way out, and I'm like, I don't know where this is going, but I'm not. Like,
Nice to meet you.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
He knows.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, man.
That's
Inspectors must see a ton of stuff like that.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. I love that.
What's this text message, Nick? Is that anything I need to read?
Oh, I just enjoyed this because it was wait, let me see if I can pull it up for you.
Okay.
This guy was driving a car and they ended up in an antique parade.
Yeah, it says,
What was he in?
my dad got frustrated with traffic, changed lanes, and we ended up part of the antique car parade in our 1994 Ford Taurus. Ooh.
Oh, look at that one.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You don't see those anymore.
Wow. Well, this story, I'm very curious as to how this delivery person working for Uber Eats ended up on the Duquesne basketball court right next to the play while it was taking place, delivering McDonald's to somebody who had ordered it there.
You've got to see the shot because we're not even slightly embellishing. He's in almost exactly in the middle of active play.
Yeah, it was like one step away from being a participant in the game. It's insane. All right, well, thank you for the calls. We appreciate it. Clear the phone lines, and let's give away some blocks in our block pool for the Preston and Steve Show. And our invitation to you to go to the Eagles game on Sunday, potentially. All right, so here's the deal. It's courtesy of our friends at Duncan. We have 100 spots in our block pool, and we have both Brent Selleck and Freddie Mitchell coming by tomorrow to play Madden in our studio.
Yeah.
And the game score is going to determine who wins the block pool. So let's find out if you're going to be one of those winners. All right, we'll take callers 15, 16, 17, and 18 at 215-263-WMMR. So 15 through 18, we will put you on that list. And you'll win a $5 Dunkin' card just for getting in the block pool. So let's get you going with that. Give us a call right now. We'll do that throughout the morning. And then Pierre and Brent and Jackie will have your chance to win as well. And if you want to try online, just text the word Dunkin', D-U-N-K-I-N, to 39333, and we'll send you a link to get registered that way. So let's have that happen now. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Some bizarre file stories are up when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Here
embarrassed.
Yeah.
That Danny Thomas would sometimes wear a priest outfit.
A priest outfit.
Dear God.
See, here's the deal with this stuff, and I think there's a lot of this that's been embellished. But the truth of the matter is, you were dealing with a lot of wealth.
Yes.
So if your inclination was to do anything sort of perverted, you had a total resource.
But how the hell do you find out that you like standing ankle deep in warm water and having people throw orange wedges at your ass? At some point or another, it's got to happen by accident, or you need to hear about it.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah. Wow.
And then by accident, how does it happen by accident?
Well, here's I was shopping.
How do you all of a sudden are in a room with someone, bare ass, and they throw an orange wedge at your ass?
So you think of the possible scenarios. You go to an outdoor proctologist. A flash flood occurs. You're in mid-exam, and he, while picking up something to throw over to you, or throw you an umbrella, his lunch is on the table.
Right,
with his orange wedges.
Out of excitement, he knocks it off the table, and an orange wedge hits you in the ass.
And he's like, oh, sweet mystery of life.
Yes.
So I think
you can't just wake up in the morning and go, oh, it'd be a real turn on an orange wedge hitting me in the ass.
The Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly writes in her new book about being sexually harassed by the network's former head, Roger Ailes, who was ousted earlier this year amid similar allegations from several women.
I want to fart in your face.
Is that Ailes?
Oh, my God.
That big slob. The
What the hell is going on?
he just impresses me as such a disgusting guy.
That's his thing?
That's his thing.
I did not know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I want to fart in your face.
Oh my God.
You've seen him, right? He's like something out of Dune. He's like one of the,
Baron von Harkonnen. Vladimir Harkonnen.
He really just looks really bad. He should be hooked up to she comes into the room, he's hooked up to the hoses flying in the air.
Come over here. I want to fart in your face.
God.
It's so gross. Can't deal with it.
And who would come over there?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Certainly no professional.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, he's got massive jowls, man. Big time.
And
We're looking at a picture of him right now.
He's done it with a few women. It's just horrific.
So in a chapter of her upcoming book, Kelly writes about Ailes that he offered to advance her career in exchange for sexual favors and made physical advances against her that she rejected, including, quote, trying to grab me repeatedly and kiss me on the lips. She writes that when she shoved Ailes away, quote, he asked me ominous questions like, when is your contract?
Like farts? Because I can make them on demand. Come on, lean in close. You're going to like this. It's cheese.
I got to take a breath here. Saw this interesting article.
We'll determine that.
All right. It is by psychotherapist Abby Rodman. Now, it is about various types of affairs that can take place in a relationship. Now, we just think of one type of affair, the physical affair. But there are more than one of those.
This is interesting. Explain.
I shall. There is the emotional affair. Okay. One partner in this type of affair, one partner is starving for an adult emotional connection, and they've usually given up on getting it from their spouse. The partner may be depressed and not feel like themselves anymore. Then someone they know, a coworker, for instance, pays attention to them.
Yeah, you've heard the term like work wife and work husband.
Yes, yeah, and I can see that. To me, that always just constitutes a good friend.
Yeah, but I think a work wife is more. You let your actual wife know about your work wife. You don't let your actual wife know about an emotional affair.
I think that might be the case, yes. The partner usually, but however it says here, the partner usually justifies the emotional affair because they see it as
handies.
The lesser of two evils. No, there are no handies.
Oh, there are no
involved
handies. I'm sorry.
In the
that
emotional
would be
affair.
physical. You're right.
Well, and that's dumb. It's a hand.
Yeah, it's a hand. It's not even a vagina.
the point of that?
There's
That's like not even cheating.
There's your motto, Steve.
Wait, did you say Kathy just justified that handies aren't even cheating?
Because this just in. This sexual world was rocked by the revelation that since a handy is not a vagina, it's not cheating. Men of all walks of life hurried out of work running home.
Breaking news.
No, it says they.
Turns out it's not cheating.
The president.
If you ever thought that was bad, Kathy says it's not. Because it's not even a vagina.
You remember a while back we received a coconut in the mail.
Yeah.
And somebody just put an address on and mailed it and didn't know you could do that. So I asked for other odd items to be sent to us through the mail. Well, we've gotten a few of them.
What'd you say right now is the most unique thing we've received? Would it be the coconut?
No, I think it's that rewinder.
The rewinder? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
tape in here.
Is there?
Oh.
What is it?
Let's see what
Play
it
it.
is.
It's got to be porn.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Oh my God.
What is it?
All right. Hang on. Let's play a little game.
Oh.
I
love little games.
I will reveal cast characters to you.
Oh, it's like the Leonard Moulton game.
Yeah.
With Doug Benson.
Mm-hmm.
Doug loves movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's.
You going to pull up the cast?
Yeah. I was not expecting this. All right. So.
Mm-hmm. You're going to start with the star or a little further down on the list?
Where do you want me to start, Preston, Steve?
Key grip.
No, you want to go like on the list?
Yeah,
of
go
five
with
down?
the co-stars. Yeah, 5 down.
5 down.
All right, fifth one down.
Yep.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Steve
4.
will probably get this.
John Mahoney.
John Mahoney.
Ooh.
The comedian?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to turn this into
Say
a giveaway?
anything?
From it was from Fraser's dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, say anything, probably. That's guess number
No,
1.
that's
Okay,
wrong.
no. All right.
Next, Michael Lerner.
That's a woman, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a man, Michael Lerner.
No, I'm thinking Michael Learned.
Yes, from the Waltons. Played the mom.
Okay. I don't know.
Sixth down. You want me to do 6 down because it's a bigger name?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Spaced Invaders?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to go down real quick?
I don't care.
It's a
Just
bigger
give us
name.
another name.
Tony Shalhoub was 6.
Tony Shalhoub. This isn't Galaxy. No.
No, because
Galaxy
the others
Quest.
aren't in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the year of the movie by any chance?
Sure.
All right. The year of the movie was 1991.
Year was 1991.
Okay.
And Tony Shalhoub had just completed production of a major motion picture.
All right. Above Michael Lerner is Judy Davis.
Judy Davis.
I don't know who that is.
A great actress, and she played many biographies. She also played Judy Garland.
Okay.
All right. Next one up. Second down is John Goodman.
Ooh.
Wow.
King Ralph?
No.
No. 'cause-
Not a comedy. How about that?
Oh,
comedy.
The Babe.
No.
The Bitch.
No, that was that was Joan Collins. Looks a lot like
How's our
John
text,
Goodman these days.
How's our text board? Did they? Any
I'm not
guesses?
checking.
I'm not looking.
All right,
You
go
wanna
ahead.
look?
One more.
All right.
The main star.
So John Goodman,
Tony Shalhoub. John Mahoney.
and it was not a comedy.
It was not a comedy. All right, so it's something very powerful, would we say? Is it DC Cab?
I've only heard of this movie. I've never seen it.
All right. So you only have one name left.
I have one name left.
Probably Citizen Kane then.
And it's the title character.
Okay.
I almost said the name of the movie.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
Oh, Barton Fink.
Yeah!
There you go.
Son of a bitch.
Never heard of it. Coen Brothers.
Never even heard of that movie.
It's very trippy.
Well, now you can watch it,
obscure.
Preston.
Yeah, right.
In beautiful VHS.
Well, we just
Someone get a VHS player and put an address on it. Send it to us.
Yeah.
Undefeated records. Eric, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock. Uma Thurman needs the word.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Wow.
Case, how did you just do that? Do that
They're
again.
all right next to each other.
Do it again.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
Nice work. All right, Eric, what's up, man? Tell us about your perfect record.
When I was in the military, we went down to Haiti in like 96 around then for deployment. From the time we got on the Eisenhower to go down, which was like mid-September, we were down there about 5-6 months. For 3.5 months, me and my best friend were undefeated in the card game Spades.
How do you play spades?
Do you know how to play hearts?
A little bit.
It's basically hearts, but with spades.
Hey, now spades is a partner game, right?
Yeah. It's usually played 4 people, 2 to a team.
Okay. There's a Stephen King book called Hearts in Atlantis. You need to read that. There's a whole segment about the game of hearts that I think you'll dig, man.
Yeah, I played.
Cool.
Thanks, Eric. We'll see
I played
ya.
hearts and pinochle, and so spades is kind of like a combination
Right.
of those two. I got to tell you, when it comes to spades, there was a giant bone of contention between my circle of high school friends. There's a scene in Boys in the Hood where I think Ice Cube says, "Yo, y'all want to bust some spades?" And my friend, and still to this day, thinks he says spags. And I'm like, spags isn't a thing. It's not a game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed your
peanut butter.
That's just it. Clarification on dialogue that appeared in the movie Boys in the Hood so many years ago. There's no such thing as spags. We know it as Jimmy Leshevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, how about this whole Boys in the Hood conundrum? I was confused by it, honestly. I thought he said spags. But I thought to myself, there is no such thing as that, right? Thanks, Jim. Thanks always. Very, very insightful commentary.
Let's go to Tyler, has a record. Hey, Tyler, good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about people having a perfect record. What about you?
All right. I got a perfect record for getting stoned every single day and going to school and getting straight A's.
Straight A's. You got so you're an exemplary student, though you were stoned absolutely every. Now, would that be Monday through Friday, just school days, or were you?
No, every day.
Every day.
Wow. And you got straight A's.
Straight A's. I'm like a teacher's pet. Like the teacher has to say, Tyler, like we know you know the answer. Just stop raising your hand at this point.
Were you the teacher's supplier?
No.
Okay.
I don't sell drugs.
Okay, good.
All right.
So you're like the champion of drug addicts.
Sure.
Yeah.
For getting good grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's it's a little bit of a contorted title, but it is a title.
That's it. Listen, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
undefeated.
I'll take anything that you want to tell us about.
What
Thanks,
are you the
man.
champion of then at that point?
Beating the odds, I guess.
Yes,
right?
of course, yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have to smoke resin one time. He always, right?
What's that? I'm not understanding.
When you run out of weed, you get like a paper clip or whatever, and you scrape out all the resin in your apparatus, and you
Casey,
smoke that.
I used to be called Captain Blackfingers.
Captain Black. Look at you, Cheech and Chong over here.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't actually have the leafy substance.
Captain Blackfingers.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, a lot of people still want to watch reruns of The Cosby Show on television. In a Twitter announcement yesterday, Bounce TV said, "You asked and we heard you loud and clear, bouncers. We're bringing back The Cosby Show by popular demand."
I don't know if I have Bounce.
No, and you know what? Well, I don't know either, but Seventh Heaven is playing in syndication. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, you figured how would you do that?
Yeah, but if people want to see it.
Stephen Collins was admitted to sexual contact with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
To me, I would find it difficult to believe him as a preacher in that show.
Yeah.
And Cosby is the ultimate dad at this point, I think, is not workable.
Well, it's old, and people might have they might look past that and just look at the characters as opposed to the people actually playing them.
You think so? I should revisit the Charles Manson sitcom.
Contest with the online forum. How do you know if you have won a block?
Kathy
Marissa.
Did I say Kathy?
You said
I'm
Kathy,
sorry.
yeah.
I meant to say thank you, Kathy. Marissa, I have a question for you.
We will contact you. We will contact the winners.
Okay.
So the online, the online contest is open until midnight tonight. So we will be contacting the winners. We'll contact a few today because we have to have it first thing tomorrow, and then we'll contact the final ones first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And then you'll know if you want a block.
Very exciting.
Excellent. And we just randomly are going to put names on the blocks, and then the 1 through the 0 through 9 numbers that will be at the top and bottom will be random. It's not going to be in order across the top or bottom. So we'll roll a die or something like that. And
draw numbers out of a
draw
hat.
numbers or something to randomly put them across.
matter.
So it doesn't matter where you end up on the block. You don't have to pick. We'll just throw you on there, and then we'll We'll find out who the winners are tomorrow.
And our celebrity combatants.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Freddie Mitchell and Brent Selleck are going to be playing Madden tomorrow.
Yeah, Kyle's getting like the Acme Lounge all set up, so the seats are there. I mean, we have gaming chairs.
Yeah.
We're going to plug it into our big TVs. It's going to be really cool, guys. Casey, this was such a great idea.
Oh, thank you.
Good call, Kay. So that's tomorrow. We'll do more chances to win in just a second. But right now, this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so we'll begin with this story out of Chicago. Cindy Howard's son, Curtis Brown, was 47 years old when a heart attack claimed his life a week ago. And the sudden death of the father of 12 was a surprise to family members. But an even bigger shock awaited. Brown's aunt, Sharon, said, "My sister called me and said, call the funeral director because she said my son is missing. Her dead son is missing." Curtis's body was in the care of Collins and Stone Funeral Home and was sitting in the business's gray Chrysler on Saturday, which, according to police, was an easy target for a thief. Police said, "Don't leave your vehicles unsecured, running, and doors unlocked. Just so happens this one had a body in it." The vehicle turned up in a Sunday in Chicago, but Curtis Brown's body was not inside. The 47-year-old's body was found Monday evening in an alley. Authorities released an image of the man they believe swiped the van, while the Brown family says that they were working through paperwork with the funeral director, Brandy Collins. Speaking out publicly for the first time since the ordeal, Cindy Howard said that she didn't learn that her son was missing until hours before he was found. She said, "They found my baby. He was dumped in an alley." But we didn't find out about the van being stolen until Monday because I live in Mississippi, she said. The family alleges that Collins even stopped taking their calls, the funeral home. Oh, wow.
That's how you keep customers.
Spearman said, "I called Brandy, and she didn't answer, so I used my granddaughter's phone." And
We're not a funeral home anymore. We're a dry cleaner.
she answered and then hung up. And I texted her, and I'm like, "Brandy, this is unprofessional. You have to understand the hurt my sister is going through. She lost her son twice, once in death, and now he's stolen." The family has since learned that Collins was recently fined $10,000 for unprofessional conduct, failure to account for personal property. So they've had these issues, these
losing
weird
bodies,
issues.
all that stuff.
Collins and Stone Funeral Home did not immediately respond to a phone message seeking comment. The family says the morgue is assisting with shipping Curtis's body back to Mississippi.
You know what? Bury him yourself.
The search for the suspect linked to the vehicle theft continues. Anyone with information is asked to call the police. Wow.
That had to be heart-wrenching.
Yeah. Well, it seems like no one is immune to a conspiracy theory these days, even if you suffered a serious health emergency on live television. And that's exactly what happened to Damar Hamlin after the Buffalo Bill had confirmed he experienced heart attack arrest during the team's January 2nd game against the Bengals. The horrific moment, which was being watched by millions, saw Hamlin drop to the ground following a tackle. We all know what happened. He was resuscitated by medics. Well, he was transported immediately to the hospital. Thankfully, he's doing a lot better since, so much better. In fact, that the NFL star was able to go to the Bills playing the Bengals during the game on the 22nd. The Bills' official Twitter account shared a photo of him arriving at the stadium wearing dark glasses with his hood up. Shortly before, the account shared a second video of the athlete applauding the team for what appeared to be in an enclosed suite. The clip gave a clear view of his face from the side with the hood up, and that left some room for conspiracy theorists to suggest that something more sinister was going on, and maybe the Bills player wasn't actually there, but the real Hamlin wasn't taking the speculation sitting down. He had a tongue-in-cheek response for all those suggesting that a stand-in or body double may have taken his place. He shared a photo to Twitter on January 23rd of himself alongside a mural of himself and looking down alongside the caption that said, "Clone," with a ninja emoji. The cryptic caption appeared to be a reference to a bizarre rumor going around in which some on social media, some users suggested Hamlin may have died on the field, and a fake version of him was sent out to the game to make it seem as though he is still alive.
You know who's a big fan of his? The guy who replaced Paul McCartney.
That guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, my God.
He's a huge fan.
Huge fan. A man was killed. This is terrible, and you hear this every now and then. A man was killed during a weekend hunting trip in Kansas when a dog stepped on a rifle and discharged the gun.
God.
This happens.
Is this 3 times?
There was one not that long ago. Yeah. There was one late last year around Thanksgiving.
Why do people give shotguns to their dogs?
Deputies, excuse me. Deputies were dispatched to investigate a 911 call that 30-year-old Joseph Austin Smith of Wichita had been shot in the back inside a pickup truck. The sheriff's office said the team arrived within minutes of the call, and they found Smith in the front passenger seat of the truck, started CPR, and he ultimately died from the gunshot wound.
And there were pictures. This guy clearly loved this dog, and they had this thing, and so what do you do?
Yeah, the dog, which belongs to the truck's owner, was in the back seat of the truck with hunting gear, including the rifle, when the dog stepped on the gun. It was not immediately clear if anyone else was in the truck at the time, and there have been several other notable canine-related gun incidents in recent years.
Just remember that they get excited and they're jumping around, and you don't leave it in a place where it can be stepped on and discharged.
Yeah, don't chamber that round when you put it into the into the car. The Virginia teacher who was shot by her 6-year-old student, and we know this story, right?
Yeah.
Apparently texted a loved one before she was wounded that the boy was armed and that the school officials were failing to act. A source said that Abigail Zwerner sent the text about an hour before she was shot on January 6th, saying that the student had a gun in his backpack, and that administrators at Richneck Elementary School in Newport News weren't helping. The text showed her frustration, said the source, who disclosed details of the single text message. She said she was frustrated because she was trying to get help with this child, and then when she needed it, no one was coming. Zwerner's attorney, Diane Toscano, said at a news conference that 3 teachers went to the school administrator about the boy's behavior on that day, and that he was believed to have had a gun on campus.
Insane.
What? Yeah. She first went to school administrators between 11:15 and 11:30 and said the student had threatened to beat up a classmate. A second teacher went to an administrator at 12:30, said the teacher had taken it upon herself to search the boy's backpack. The administrator downplayed the report from the teacher and the possibility of a gun.
Didn't he say that the kids' pockets are too small?
I don't know.
Yeah.
A third teacher told an administrator shortly before 1 that the boy showed a student a gun at recess and threatened to shoot him if he told anybody.
This is a 6-year-old.
And a fourth employee asked the administrator for permission to search the boy and was denied. The administrator told employees to wait the situation out because the school day was almost over. Wow.
Yeah, he's got a gun, but it's like 2:30.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
We're good.
So the superintendent, George Parker, said at a virtual town hall this month that the boy had come to school late and that his book bag was inspected when he arrived at the office to sign in. And at least one administrator was notified of a possible weapon, Parker had said in the video. Well, they fired Parker at the school board meeting right after that. So,
hey, little buddy,
that's
you want to
insane.
join the big boy club? Just do me a favor. Don't shoot anyone before the school day ends, right? All right.
So they did speak to him.
Now, skedaddle back to class.
All right. Wow. And that is what I have in the bizarre file. All right. We got more of these blocks. Let's fill it out, man. We're going to take the first 5 callers right now. 215-263-WMMR. We'll put your name in a block. You'll get a $5 Dunkin' gift card as a little thank you for being a part of this. And you might win a $100 gift card after the first, second, and third quarters. But if we make it to the very end of the game and the score there leads to your block, you are going to win tickets to go to the game on Sunday. And by the way, somebody could win twice in this, right? Isn't that how block pools?
yeah.
So if your score is the same at the end of if the score is the same at the end of the third quarter,
you could win 4 times.
At the end of the game, yeah, you could win 4 times.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah, it's real easy to do. Just call right now. First 5 callers will put you on the list. 215-263-WMMR. Or you can text the word Dunkin', DUNKIN, to 39333, and we will send you a link to get you signed up that way.
So we have a conundrum here, though.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to pick. Obviously, they're going to have the Eagles play the 49ers, right?
Somebody's got to be the 49ers.
We're gonna have to
That's
flip
going to be
for
a
it.
coin flip, right?
Yeah, it's got to be a coin flip.
Yep.
I mean, Brent Selleck won the Super Bowl.
He did.
You know?
So does he get dibs? Or
maybe he gets to call it.
Or all right, yes. Let that happen, and they
Let
can
him
decide that way.
Yeah.
Let him call the.
He can call the coin in the air.
toss. Okay. All right. I think that's
Because that's fair.
That's fair.
Because I'm sure that neither of them want to and to be them.
I know. But somebody's
Spit
got
on
to do
'em.
it.
Yeah.
Brent Selleck and Freddie Mitchell will be here tomorrow morning to play Madden, and that score determines who wins in the block pool. Love it. All right, Brent, and we're going to be covering all this. You'll be able to see it streaming on YouTube tomorrow as well as they're playing the game, as well as checking out our show. So we got you covered. We're going to take a break. Don't forget, a little bit later on, Vernon Reid, Guitars for Living Color, is going to be joining us because he's got a show tomorrow night at the Living Room Cafe in Ardmore. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, it's like a family sitcom, or
Squeaky, I hear you got a bad grade today. Why didn't you go out and kill a white pig?
I'm home. Look, that's
just with a crazy look on his face in the door. I'm home.
That's the opening shot. Oh God!
And they're at the Spawn movie ranch there.
Oh my God!
Wait a second. This isn't my knife. It's a melon baller. The voice in my head says we're going out for ice cream.
And then there's the episode where he carved the swastikas in their forehead. Oh,
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You never like anything. I think it makes me look Nazi-ish. I just think it's going to be an issue when you apply for jobs. I'm much to my own drummer, woman. Now go kill someone.
All right.
Leave as little circumstantial evidence as possible. Who's laughing? He goes aware of the audience. What the hell? Can't you hear that? Who are you?
All right.
That's on Bounce as well. That's the lead-in.
The show was...
It's Manson and Cosby for the Power Hour.
The show was syndicated in 1988, and various networks showed reruns up until 2014 when TV Land, Bounce TV, and BET all stopped airing the show due to the sexual assault allegations.
Cosby and Manson doing press together for the...
Oh, my God. At a conference. There were a couple pieces of audio you wanted me to play, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Yoko. I think she posted this on her Facebook account, Yoko Ono. She had an auditory reaction to President-elect Donald Trump.
Oh, wait. Is this
okay. It's real.
Is it words or is it...
You tell me.
It's an auditory reaction.
Tell me. In classic Yoko fashion, and this was a message to her followers, and to her followers, this means something.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this yet.
Okay. You know what that sounds like? You know when you have a balloon, and you let the air out, but you put it in your mouth and you go, ow, wow,
Marissa,
wow, wow, wow.
can we find a balloon, please?
Do you know what it also sounds like?
No, I mean an actual balloon around here. Casey's got it. We need a real balloon.
A real man's balloon. We got
those
condoms.
are gigantic. Look at this.
All right, well, go ahead, blow it
It's
up.
a weather balloon,
It's
for
a
Christ's sake.
douchebag is what it is.
Either we have a tiny balloon or a Zeppelin.
It's a hot water bottle.
The hell is
this
that?
Will work.
It might.
All right, try it.
He's going to pass out trying to blow it up.
And you know what? Preston is actually really good at just picking up wind instruments, so you might be able to actually recreate this.
You might be a virtuoso.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play it for him while he's blowing.
Okay. All right, stop.
Got it.
What the hell's going on?
Trying to lick it.
Stop laughing. This is serious.
Yes, come on. You don't have to get it right up on the mic.
Maybe Yoko is
I can't
talented.
get it to squeak.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
All right,
Here we go.
Sounds like a heart.
No, got to take it back.
I need a different balloon.
Not going to work.
Go to promotions. Get me. God damn it! Get me a real balloon.
And where's those balloons I requested? Can't come out of a Green Day song into a balloon segment.
You can't come out of Yoko Ono.
Yoko Ono into a balloon segment. Shut that bitch up.
Can you do the exploding Yoko for me, Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite bits of all time. Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, we're good to go. That's what she sounds like.
Her voice is hurting my ears.
It's just annoying. And please, the enablers.
Stop putting microphones in front of her face.
I would say the people that supported Hitler and enabled Hitler.
Who does she have around her?
Yeah, they're just as bad.
Here we go.
They're so talented.
It's not doing the mouth thing. It's not with them.
Who the hell is doing that?
Nick, it was the balloon.
You got to go like this, Preston.
Jesus.
Wait a minute. Are you actually saying woo while you're doing that? No, stop that.
Why? It's added to it.
He asked you a question.
That's not hurting your ears? You would get you'd get a more pleasant sound if you ran over a cat with a lawnmower.
This is terrible.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, that's her take on the whole election.
Who's doing that?
Should we stop?
Yes.
Yeah.
See if you can guess what song this is.
See if you can what?
See if you can guess what song this is.
Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, wait, we may have invented a new game. Here we go. What? That's just rhythm. That has no...
It's a song you should know. Oh,
wait, that was Limelight.
Yes, it was.
Seriously?
It was pulling up.
Do it again.
It took me a minute.
Can you do Crash Into Me?
That's hard. I can try. Let me get it for you.
Here, wait, hold on.
Steve's going to do it.
No, I can't.
Oh, you're just blowing up a balloon for fun.
I just like to blow up balloons. I really, if you're having a prom or something coming up, give me a call.
Is this the dumbest thing we've ever done?
It's in there. It's in there.
Do we want to stay on sugary?
No, I need savory now.
Savory, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to savory. Let's see. Shake Shack is adding more chicken to its menu.
Okay.
It's just in.
Dude.
The Shake Shack adding more chicken to its menu. And landslide in Peru kills 100,000.
Hey, by the way.
We go down to Jimmy Gushevsky, who's at Shake Shack.
Are you leading with that?
By the way, speaking of landslides, they saved the 3 cows.
They did?
Yes, that were up on that.
How'd they get them down?
I don't know. I didn't read the full
They
story.
raised New Zealand.
Nick had it up earlier, but it was that New Zealand earthquake that caused a landslide, and there were 3 cows up on top of that little plateau.
Cows were terrified. They were full of milkshakes. Boom!
He was laughing at himself. He couldn't even get it out.
Wow.
That's a horrible joke.
That's so good. They were filled full of milkshakes.
Cows had milkshakes in them.
Because they were so scared. They were shaking.
I thought it was because the ground shook.
No. Hey, that's
the problem.
Wait, that's a good one.
It was an earthquake.
It was an earthquake, so they were full of milkshakes.
Got it.
All right. Anyway, I don't know how they did it, Kathy. We'll fall into that later on. So anyway,
They shot him.
Back to Shake Shack.
They shot him and threw him off.
They had a helicopter with a machine gun on it.
They're saved.
The Ride of the Valkyries.
We have the cows inside.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how they
God, there's so much of a story here.
went about it.
We have our cows inside.
All right. Anyhow, moving on. Back to the Shake Shack and the chicken.
Yeah.
We were speaking earlier this morning in our entertainment roundup about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being the sexiest man alive.
Yeah, I sometimes don't support those decisions, but I have to agree with this one.
You agree with this one?
Yeah, on a guy level to a guy, I would say that because he's a cool guy. He seems like a good guy. Mm-hmm. He seems like a guy who would hold you down.
Yes.
And take you.
Yeah.
And take you and make you realize things about yourself. That's what he seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some I have not agreed with. Richard Gere, you would agree with, right?
Oh yeah, I loved Richard Gere.
Yeah, it's interesting what floats their particular boat every year.
They usually pick somebody who's got something going on too, as far as being in the public eye in a big project, and they're successful as well.
In 1992, Nick Nolte won it.
No way.
Yeah.
All right, what did that picture look like, though?
I don't feel so good. In 92, it would have been fine. It would have been the time, I guess, around maybe the Prince of Tides.
Yeah, I mean, he's 51 at the time.
Yeah.
In 89, Sean Connery won it at age 59.
I have to poop.
There's a few other.
I have to poop now. So take your damn picture.
Take it now.
Take your picture now. I have to poop. He, I guess they were trying to show that an older guy could be.
Yeah, that was right when Last Crusade came out. And then Richard Gere won again in 99 at the age of 50, and Harrison Ford won in 98.
There you go.
At 56.
Stop thinking about that.
It was one of the more poop. Take your picture. Got to poop.
Long story short, I'm a murderer. My son is really into fish and fish tanks, so we bought one. I got one for his birthday, which was back in September, and it took me a while to get it up and running. It's the first time I've ever
remember you
owned
mentioning this. Yeah.
Fish tanks seem like a great idea.
They do, and I'm actually overall really happy with the purchase.
Right,
I have a friend named Cheryl who's been really helpful in guiding me through some of this stuff because I didn't know what I was doing.
Are there a lot of fish?
Initially, there were 4.
Okay.
Initially,
well, Superman, macro, ice cream, and a 4th one.
R.I.P.
No.
How big of a tank, by the way? How many gallons?
Like 29 gallons. So I went away this past weekend. I went up to North Central PA and came back, and Superman, who was the biggest of the fish, was dead.
Yep.
So, it sucked because I knew that I was going to have to make a decision. And that decision was, do I tell my son whether or not this fish has died?
Right.
And
is he super connected to it? Does he?
Well, it's his. I don't know. It's his fish tank. It's in his room. He picked out all the fish to go into the tank. Mm-hmm. So he's been very active in the decision making process. He named all of them.
I would get attached to my fish. Like I would be sad when they would die.
Yeah. And they don't really have a ton of personality, but they have some. And then you sort of figure out which ones stayed at the bottom and which ones come to the top.
Which ones never move.
Which ones never move.
And
which
just
ones
sit there on the bottom.
Which ones hide behind the little hut at the bottom of the thing.
Which ones decompose.
Which ones decompose. Which ones eat other ones.
Yeah.
So I took Superman out with the little net and put him in the toilet and flushed him down. And he went to fish heaven.
Yeah.
So this was over the weekend. It's now.
Where's that coming from? It's so damn loud. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
So it's now Wednesday, and I have yet to tell my son. And so I don't know. Here's the quandary. Do I inform my son of what has happened with the fish and teach him the lessons of life and that death is a part of life and that we move on? Or do I just go out and get a replacement fish and pretend like it never happened?
I tell you what is an easy swap out is a turtle.
Yeah. There's a great thank you, Kathy. We're going to get Vernon Reid on in a little bit from Living Color, playing a gig tomorrow at the Living Room Cafe in Ardmore. And also we're going to talk to this gentleman, Jake Jolly, Fox Sports producer. He's the guy that plays the music in and out of the commercial breaks.
That's kind of it's cool. It's really actually a cool sort of gig that he has.
Yeah, and he'll be doing it this weekend. Obviously, Eagles game, and so we're going to talk to him a little bit about that. Maybe get a sneak peek on some of the tunes he's going to be playing. But it's kind of a cool job to end up with.
Yeah, maybe he can mention us during the Super Bowl.
We'll have to see about that. All right, we're going to try something out. We have a new sounder to play a little intro for one of my characters. So if you're going to play that, and then will you play the music following? Okay, go for it, Casey.
The stream of consciousness nerd.
Does that work?
It's the new intro.
All right.
For the stream of consciousness nerd. A variety of stories that just fly out of my brain to
Some
you.
of my favorite segments of the stream of consciousness nerd.
Well, we're going to start with this one. Bridgerton star Roger Jean Page has been crowned as Kathy's all.
Oh, she's up.
Oh, yeah.
The most handsome man in the world, according to ancient scientific research.
Oh, wow. So there's like scientific reasons why he's handsome.
Yes. So the 34-year-old actor played Simon Basset, the Duke of Hastings in the Netflix series, and he was found to be 93.65% accurate to the Greek golden ratio of beauty. Phi, P-H-I? That's not pi, is it? Phi, which measures physical perfection.
I'm the 7% that he's not taking up.
Okay. Chris Hemsworth was second. Well, I'll run down the list of the other people in a moment. But the list was compiled using the latest computerized mapping techniques by Harley Street facial cosmetic surgeon Dr. Julian De Silva, who uses technology in his work. He explained, these brand new computer mapping techniques allow us to solve some of the mysteries of what is it that makes someone physically beautiful, and the technology is useful when planning patients' surgeries.
So as I was reading this, it seems that they're using sort of classical Greek standards or statues or
unfortunately,
artwork.
I don't know what the
actual parameters are.
I don't know.
And would it even matter? What do you think? Do you think he is one of the world's most handsome men, Kathy?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Would you put him at number one?
Yeah, I think he. I
Yeah,
think he hovers in that.
All right.
range.
So it has to do with the ratios of your eye, cheeks, mouth, nose, where they are, their size, are they asymmetric, things like that.
How many points would I get for my huge misshapen head?
One.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Thank you. I was actually expecting zero.
Yeah.
I win.
So
Yeah, like if you look at his features,
Yeah.
like everything's perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything is whatever's on one side is matched on the other side.
I think I told you guys it was Anna Kendrick the other day. It was her birthday, and I was like, what makes her so pretty? To me, I think anyway. And I will sometimes look at, beautiful woman, like a classic beautiful woman, like an Angelina Jolie, who's
Say
just
Kathy.
stunningly beautiful. Kathy.
God, why wouldn't you use me?
And you look
as an example.
and break down the face and go, why is this so attractive as opposed to other people?
But you know it. You know it instantly.
You just know
so
it.
you take a look at somebody like Timothy Chalamet, right? He's got angular. His face.
Casey's got a problem with Timothy Chalamet's face.
What?
I do?
Yeah, you told me you went on because one of his eyes droops down lower than the other one. You were like, how can people find him to be the most attractive guy? Look at his eyes.
Listen,
you were really fired up about it when you told me that.
I don't know if I was fired
You
up.
were.
I don't know. Your recollection seems off than mine.
I made a mental note of that.
But his eye is definitely. Listen, when you are
below his nose.
When you are that attractive, right? You are going to be subject to. People scrutiny is the word I was looking for.
Have you seen Bradley Cooper's eye? It's the same kind of a thing. Bradley Cooper, considered to be one of the most handsome men in the world, one of his eyes are not even.
Yeah.
So if you look at Timothy Chalamet and put him next to Bradley Cooper, their faces are not symmetric.
Yeah, and also I noticed it with Tom Cruise, and now he has since had braces, but before he had the braces, his teeth were off.
His snaggle tooth.
It wasn't a snaggle. His whole top.
center was off centered.
It was the tooth that he used for eating horse shows.
Shoe crabs.
Yeah.
He's had a
like
bunch
a
of different.
snaggle.
He's had a bunch of different smiles over the years. Like
Yeah.
Tom has rearranged his teeth
Right.
more than once.
But he had a side smile, I think, to help offset the fact that his teeth were not centered.
So your Timothy Chalamet thing is that you believe one eye is a little bit lower. So, but I mean, on the whole, I think there is, as you were pointing out, Kathy, there's everything seems to line up quite nicely. What would you put like Brad Pitt? Has a classic handsome face.
He's super good looking.
Yeah,
without question.
There's also this. You line it up with beauty, and then also body type, right? And so I don't always subscribe to the fact that like just because you're thin, you're prettier than somebody who's not. And I'm saying this because there's this woman that I follow on Instagram now who is plus size, but she is maybe one of the most beautiful women I feel like I have ever seen. Her face is just, I think, flawless. But she is big.
But it's all in the eye of the beholder, obviously.
We're just talking about face, man.
So I embrace, I like a quirky flaw.
Right.
I don't like someone looking like they walked off the front page of or the cover of Vogue.
Right.
To me, that's a little bit too much.
But this woman, I mean, her face is like it is Vogue quality, like beauty. Kath, I want to ask you about gentlemen. Is there a fat guy that you think, man, he is really facially attractive?
I'm sure. I don't know. I don't have.
Give us your list of super fat guys you think are hot.
Guys I think
Good looking fat guys.
But there isn't one that just right off the bat sticks out.
It doesn't. I'm sure there are men that are not physically fit that are handsome.
That's an interesting point, Casey. You know, a lot of times we will talk about women's body types and plus size, but that not being an issue because they have a very pretty face. I never think about an overweight guy who's got a really handsome, a comely face.
But I don't see. Again, it's all also the perceptions of what is like fat or that's all skewed. It's all ridiculous. Where they'll take someone who would just be a normal person and is considered plus size these days.
Right. But I'm saying there's no bones about it. This person is big. It's
like 500-600 pounds.
I would say over 3.
Okay.
Yes, very, very large. Yep. Yeah. So. Well, anyway, this
back to the face.
Hold on, let me go to Matt. Wants to chime in on this scale. Hey, Matt. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, but we were talking about the Greek golden ratio of beauty.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I used to look at the Mona Lisa and go,
I agree.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But the genius was like music, right? I didn't understand jazz till somebody pointed it out to me and taught me about it. The Mona Lisa, Da Vinci did that. He did that, or The Last Supper. The Mona Lisa's eyes to nose to chin are the perfect, it's called the golden ratio, or the Greek ratio.
Okay.
And he did that before they actually knew what it was. He did it by eye. And once you learn that, I was like, holy shit, that is genius.
Oh, wow. we can't say that, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
he was just moved by the beauty of the artwork. Yeah, so he did it by eye and was able to get the dimensions and the separation perfectly.
Okay.
No, so I agree with you, though. I would look at the Mona
Matt.
Lisa. Listen, if I was dating the Mona Lisa, she'd be in the kitchen making me a cheese sandwich, right? You know what I'm saying?
Wait, I showed Steven and Nick yesterday this picture that I got of the Mona Lisa and what the updated version of Mona Lisa would be.
Oh, my God.
Wait, really?
She's got Lisa Renner lips on her.
Oh, my
and
God.
cleavage, and then her eyes are like pulled back like the cat eye.
You know what?
That's funny.
Our standards of beauty, though, change. You know,
they do.
I like the quirkier person. I like the So actually, the Mona Lisa would probably sit more. I never consider the Mona Lisa beautiful. I could see a quirky attractive.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So the other people on this list. So first was Renee Jean Page. Chris Hemsworth is second. Michael B. Jordan was ranked third. He got a 93.46% on the golden ratio.
Hosting SNL this weekend.
And Harry Styles was fourth. I mean, these guys are all neck and neck in this. I mean, their scores are very, very close. Then you have a World Cup soccer player by the name of Jude Bellingham. This is a study out of the UK. So.
I checked on that chart. I'm neck and neck with a bowel movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Robert Pattinson was sixth.
Yes, good-looking guy.
Chris Evans is seventh. George Clooney is eighth. Henry Golding, who is from Crazy Rich Asians.
Yeah, good-looking dude.
Super good-looking guy. He is ninth. And then Dwayne Johnson, The Rock.
Where's Clint Howard?
Is number 10. Clint Howard is a little further down on the list. But they say that these guys all rank in this particular ratio very, very high.
What do you consider your best facial feature?
Oh, my God.
I know. I would... It's hard to think of things.
I've never thought about that. I guess... Wow, that's a really good question. Maybe my eyes, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like their placement or their shape, but I think their color is nice.
I know.
So you hate
talk
your
the way
best
I
feature.
do.
Just the color.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I had to pick one. It's definitely not
Yeah.
my smile. It's not my lips. It's not my nose. Maybe I have a great chin. I don't know.
Well, since the beard, I think.
You look hot as hell yesterday.
Nick pulled up the picture I posted for my birthday yesterday, which is me with like level 10 bedhead. Did you see it, Steve?
I did not. No.
Here, go look on Nick's monitor.
good.
So there you go. You tell me what's my best feature in that.
It's your hair. Clearly, it's your hair. Did you take that when you got out of bed?
I did.
That's
yeah,
fantastic.
yeah, right when I got out of bed. Yeah. All right.
That's like my morning photo.
Yes. I don't know. What about you, Steve? Best feature on your face? Best facial feature.
I've been told my nose is.
I was going to say, you have a good nose.
You have a good nose.
And I.
It's great. It's in great shape.
All I know is I run by the mirror as I'm leaving the house. I don't want to scare myself.
Yep. I know. It's when you do catch your own eye contact in the mirror and you're like, oh,
yeah. Why is that? What happened?
What did you do?
You know what's even worse is then occasionally there'll be a good picture of you and you're like, oh, maybe I look like that, and then you're like, no.
Oh, there's a picture I will use until I want it at my funeral, and that's the one. I got that one picture. Yeah.
What is it?
I think Allison took it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're like, all right, I'm not him.
Oh, there we go. That's the one.
Yeah. Every once in a while, they'll get you just right. And
just Photoshop that into everything.
And that's
even
why,
if I commit a crime, make that my mugshot.
That's why people slave over their profile photo.
Yeah.
And always keep in mind the rule of thumb: that person will never be any better looking
Than that.
Right.
than that photo right there.
It's already the law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes I look at them and I'm like, did they think this was like good? Like they thought that.
That's why I go the opposite. You know, like post the ones where you don't look great, and then when you show up in person, you're like, oh, he's not that ugly.
Exactly. Let them be impressed in person. Like, holy hell.
Wait, I remember when our sales team or promotions crew, whoever it was, they were like, hey, that photo of you, we need an updated one. And I was like, oh, damn it, we do. I love that
That's the good one.
You know what you do? Just update the backdrop.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got something else. Stream of consciousness. All right.
The stream of consciousness nerd.
I think that level's a little low. We need to boost that up. I was looking at the VUs. That's a new intro, so we'll need to boost that. So, Kathy, you want to think twice about a manicure.
Oh, man.
Researchers from University of California at San Diego suggest that nail polish dryers using UV light could emit rays that lead to cancer-causing mutations.
Oh, yeah, we've known this.
Oh, we have?
What is this?
We don't use these?
Screw it.
Like for the gel and dip polish, and you're putting your hands in the UV lights, and it's
UV lights can cause cancer?
Well, yeah, I think it's not the healthiest for you.
So these dryers are used to cure gel manicures, which last longer than regular manicures. A team began to conduct research after noticing that people who get gel manicures very frequently, like pageant contestants and estheticians, are reporting cases of very rare cancers in the fingers.
Right.
Finger cancer?
Finger cancer.
Yeah, never heard of that.
I don't like that.
In the study, researchers found the dryers were associated with cell death damage and DNA mutations.
So dip your hands in.
You're soaking in it.
You're soaking. Carcinogens. You're soaking in them. They find out stuff like this all the time. You know those Dyson hand dryers in bathrooms?
Oh, yeah, how
they
they're,
find
like,
out they're
dirty.
1,000 times worse than just wiping your hand on a towel.
Yeah.
By the way, when we had Ray here yesterday,
Yeah.
I almost asked him if he had a manicure.
He did.
Okay, I could
yeah,
tell.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He always does. Anytime he comes in. Yeah.
Okay.
He gets manicures.
Okay, yeah, because he had like a sheen on his fingernails.
He gets
I couldn't help but notice it.
He gets a clear polish. So he definitely goes to the nail salon, gets his nails done, and they do. Some men will opt for the clear
Good for
polish
him.
or just.
He's a very
nothing.
put together guy.
Yeah.
He is. He's naturally dressed.
Soft hands, too.
My problem is I
Tender
can't. I lost my nail clipper at home. I was freaking out this morning because it's time to clip them.
It's time to clip
I
them.
know.
Yeah, me
And you
too.
lost it?
I must have purchased 44,000 nail clippers over my lifetime.
All right, well, I always have one in my bag if you
All
need to
right,
borrow
man,
one.
thank you.
I'll let you know.
My nails are never not done. Like I never.
Really?
Yeah,
don't,
I noticed.
I always have nail polish on. They break if I don't. So it's just something, and it's and I like it. I like to go and get my nails done. So
How often do you go, Kath?
well, it depends on what you get. If you get regular nail polish, gel, or the dip, they're all various times. Regular nail polish is about a week.
Is there a king of nails that you go to? Not king of brows?
Yeah, yes, I have my queen of nails that I go to.
Come on in, Kathy.
case the gel is maybe like 10 days to 2 weeks, and then the dip you can get away with 3 weeks.
All right. Do you make appointments or you just show up?
No, the place that I go to, you have to make an
She's
appointment.
like Norm.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Oh, no, are you kidding?
Kathy!
No, me and my girlfriend go together, and if one of us comes and the other one's not there, they're like, what happened? You couldn't get appointments together? Is everything all right?
Oh, that's funny.
There you go.
It's no spend January, and my nail lady has texted me twice this month saying, long time no see. And I was like, I will be there. And I couldn't tell her it's no spend January, but I'll be there on February 1st. I promise.
What did I do to you?
Only a few more days to
You
go.
son of a bitch. You lead me on. I will not be ignored.
All right, next story. Here we go.
The stream of consciousness nerd.
All right, Steve sent over some clips or sound effects. Did you send those over to Marissa?
She'll send them over.
All right, so this is a show that we've mentioned on the air before in our entertainment report, but me, Steve, and Casey have been watching it, and we are in love with it. It's called The Last of Us. It's on HBO and HBO Max.
I have a question about the show, but
okay.
Yeah, I have not. I don't know the game, so I didn't know what I was getting into.
We had both played the game.
Yep.
Both Preston and I, and that you don't need to, but
No,
when
you don't.
realize what they've done, at least so far, and keep it coming, please. They're nailing it.
It's so good. Carter and I have watched the episodes twice. You've watched them twice, which
Yes,
you never do.
I never do.
And so we've fallen in love with this show. And in fact, we were talking about Faces. The girl who's the lead plays Ellie, and I've forgotten the actress's name, but she was in Game of Thrones. She played Lady Mormont.
You said she was great.
Lyanna Mormont. Ella Ramsey.
Bella.
Bella, I'm sorry. Yeah. She has kind of a Elizabethan age type of face.
Exactly.
She almost looks. I know this sounds like a bit of a dig at her, but she almost looks a little like George Washington in her face to me a little bit. But she's also really cute at the same time.
You know what? At the I initially didn't like her face when I first saw her. And I know that sounds weird. It's not like I hated her or like, oh, I'm gonna vomit. It's like that's not the kind of face that I feel I gravitate towards initially. And then her performance right out of the gate, I'm like, I like her.
But her face
I like
looks
her a lot.
Like out of the artists in the Romantic period. She has that,
yes, a very
that type of face.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But she, man, in Game of Thrones, she is fantastic, and she's turned out to be awesome in this. But
she's
wild
excellent
hearing her drop F-bombs and stuff like that. But Steve had grabbed a couple of clips from that. Is this what we have?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these characters, they call them clickers?
Clickers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to play these creepy sound effects for you here real quick.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Kathy. So when you're in and in the game, you'll be in a large building and you're seeing semi corpses and all this stuff, and then you're in a dark hallway, and then you hear.
No, thank you. Oh my God.
It's terrifying.
It's so brilliantly done, and really what they did is they took what was in the game and put it up on the screen, and that's all you needed to do. But I found myself as nervous as when I was playing the game.
Yeah, and when and the first episode, I'm telling you, man, it grabbed me right away. And I haven't had a show grab me in a long time, like immediately and go, okay, I'm on board. And this is here's one more sound effect to play.
Oh God.
Wow. Philip A. Kovacs plays male clicker in the cast. Nick pulled up the extended cast in this. But no, if you're looking for a new show, and there's a gazillion of them out there, this is one to check out, especially if you like. And it's not your standard zombie thing. It's really, really cool.
All right, so this is maybe a bit of an abstract question, but I love Stranger Things. I think it's a great show, and the monsters in Stranger Things didn't scare me. When watching the previews for The Last of Us, the monsters of that show really got under my skin and frightened me as a male child who's sitting at home and has to watch the show with his hands in front of his eyes. So will this show scare me into not wanting to watch it anymore, or can I watch it like as a zombie apocalypse kind of a show?
I think it's so cool and it's done so well.
But those monsters are scary.
It's tense for sure.
It's tense.
It's tense, but I think you'll be okay.
All right.
And by the way, it keys off the I forget who we were talking to, and the notion was, reintroduced to us about how a fungus can take a hold of an insect's body and turn it into a zombie, basically, and control it.
Yeah.
And the whole premise and the premise in The Last of Us in the game, as well as the TV series, is that it is a fungus. That is okay. Right as of right now, there has been no incident where the fungus can jump to do that in humans.
I love Pedro Pascal. He's a great
he's
actor.
phenomenal.
Yeah. So all right, I'll give it a shot.
Agreed.
But if I get too scared, I'm letting you guys know.
And he was awesome in Game of Thrones as well. He played one of the Martells. He was amazing in that. Yeah.
Oberon or something?
Yeah. I think that was it, Oberon Martell. You're right. So, anyway, that's a show we're going to suggest to you.
Yes.
So that was a little stream of consciousness nerd. There. Yes.
The stream of consciousness nerd.
All right, we got to wrap up this particular segment because Vernon Reid will be joining us in a moment. And as we are taking a break, I'm going to give away 7 spots in our block pool, and we'll just take the 7 callers right now. First 7 callers, 215-263 WMMR. You will get to be on board. Our block pool for tomorrow, and it's courtesy of our friends at Dunkin'. They have gift cards and tickets to the NFC Championship game on Sunday. So call now, 215-263 WMMR, and we will assign you a block. And maybe tomorrow, by the end of the program, you'll be making your plans for the game. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Garbage
disposal. Well, speaking of the garbage disposal, about 2 years ago, actually it was a Christmas present. Santa brought Jace a betta fish, a pretty red betta fish, and I was cleaning out the nice vase that the betta fish lived in, and I put it in like a little cup, and that damn thing jumped out of the cup. I guess I filled it up too high and went into the sink, and Jace is sitting there. I remember he was eating lunch and he was sitting watching the whole thing, and I was like, oh, the fish, and I was like, don't move, don't jump, don't flap anywhere, because he was in the sink.
Yes.
So I tried to cover him with my hand so he wouldn't go down the drain. Well, he did, and I freaked out, and I was like, he's down there, he's still alive, what do I do? So great idea. I turned the garbage disposal on.
Oh my God!
What am I gonna do?
What are you?
You're a
Oh my
murderer.
God! My child is trapped in the wood chipper. Turn it on.
Steve, and he is staring at me, watching the whole thing with these big eyes. What
could
I don't think he knew.
make you think that?
You can reach down in
I
there
did.
and get
I couldn't
it.
find him. I couldn't.
Oh, you
find
couldn't
him.
see him?
No.
Use a flashlight?
No, I couldn't find him. It was like, and it was so fast. Like I was like, oh, I'll just turn the garbage disposal on, and I quick hit the
Like to put it
switch.
out of its misery?
Yeah, because he couldn't breathe.
Listen, at some point,
Can't breathe.
if you could not find it, because believe it or not, at the bottom of the garbage disposal, there is a ridge that goes, or at least in mine, and if it got under there and you couldn't get it out, what are you going to let it suffocate?
Yeah. But it's a fish, right?
I know, yeah.
And is there water in that disposal?
No, it's dry down there.
Oh,
unless
okay.
you,
Then I misunderstand.
I didn't know what to do. Poor thing watched the whole thing. And
Quick, turn it on.
Quick, kill it. Kill it. Mommy wants you to kill it.
I didn't know what to do.
Jace, we're going to teach you a lesson now. You have to turn the garbage disposal on.
God, no. Stop it.
Kill it. Come on. Spartan mom.
Is that for Kathy?
Me? Are you kidding? Everyone here is freezing.
You guys all have coats on, don't you?
Yeah.
Look at all the ladies who are putting their coats on.
Has coats on.
I'm cold.
You should put a coat on, Kathy.
I have a coat and a blanket. You should wear a T-shirt if you're going to sweat constantly.
He doesn't sweat, though. His pits have been shut off.
Well, he's hot as hell. Take your jacket off.
Oh, and that's just
I put one on.
right?
You take yours off.
She said it. She said it. I knew it.
He's hot as hell.
Hot as hell.
You said it. There's a little.
Oh, no. I slipped.
There's a little struggle with the thermostat here in the studio this morning.
The main struggle is that it doesn't work at all.
Well, that's the problem. Casey complains
not accurate.
that it's all the way up. It's like it's mental for him. He sees that it's all the way up. Meanwhile, it's still freezing in here. It does nothing to move it, and then he moves it down, and it becomes an icebox.
I think the thermostat was made in another country because cold is spelled cod and heat is hort.
Kathy, there is an official sign on the thermostat.
I know, but Casey, I
look at
can't
it,
take
read
it.
it.
Literally, when you walk in here and it feels like an icebox, that's ridiculous. I'll work with you, but it's an icebox.
It's only an icebox when you're in here.
No, that's not true. Look around. Everyone is bundled up because it's freezing.
She is making a point. They are bundled up. It's
cold.
What if you both made love?
Ew. Hell no.
Would that help?
Stick me in an icebox and let me die there.
Wow. So I'm taking that as a no.
By the way, do you call the refrigerator an icebox?
No.
Okay.
The refrigerator. I can handle refrigerator temperature. I can't handle icebox temperature.
Wow. Is your friend here? Is your
I want to
monthly friend
curse.
here?
I want to curse so bad. That's how effing cold it is in here.
Is your friend, we call your friend Daredevil?
No!
Always.
Not yet!
It's coming, isn't it?
Well, here's a question. I mean, there you have needs. What if in space and long missions, if you're taking care of yourself, what does that look like? Right?
I
mean, because there seems to be a whole bunch of ports in that thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to fit.
This looks good.
I don't know.
This looks like Lisa Ann.
Somebody's had to have done that, right?
Of course.
To bang people. How in all the years and people up in space, you mean to tell me someone's never rubbed one out?
Yeah. No, I'm saying somebody's had to have done that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're on the space station for a year at a time.
That's actually what caused the Apollo 13 issue.
Right.
It wasn't, the mixture wasn't correct.
Oh my God, we have a problem.
What did you do?
I mean, what about like
I didn't mix the fuel right.
What about like actual sex?
I don't know. Maybe
there have been men and women up together.
There was a married couple that went up.
A married couple up together. So yes, there would have to be.
That's the first thing you have to do.
Yeah.
The 50 Mile High Club. You kidding me?
I mean, if we're talking about serious long-term space travel, it's going to be a part of it, right? So, like, eventually, if we're going to colonize on Mars, that has to be studied.
It's just not talked about.
Kathy,
They're just not talking about it.
You would the hand you would consider with those huge space gloves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about it.
All right, okay. This is really big. I can do this.
A bigger hand doesn't make it better.
No, I mean talking about not getting any mess on you. Anyway,
Kathy uses Hulk hands at home.
But in order to do that, because you're in zero gravity and you're floating all over the place, you'd
You'd have to secure yourself.
You'd have to have something to hang on to.
Because they sleep basically.
One would be strapped down. Yeah, they tie you in.
Strapped to the wall.
So they'd figure it out. I'll bet you if there was a married couple up there, it was part of their experiments because they're up there doing experiments all the time.
If they're doing poop and pee and all of these things that they're trying to perfect, that they're going to perfect what is a human necessity.
And I have to see video of this.
Various positions, I would imagine, right? To try and figure out which ones are the most...
We are attempting doggy style.
Yep.
Proceed with doggy style. We are having a little bit of issue here. We're going to take this outside the craft.
Odyssey, have you tried the cowgirl yet?
69. Tried the cowgirl yet? 69. In 3, 2, 1. We have achieved 69. Yeah, this is Houston. We got you, and everything's looking good. I would grab her ankles a little tighter in an effort to solidify head position in the appropriate groinal area. And we got that.
All right.
NASA can reduce sex to completely mechanical.
Totally. Sex experiment.
Tell her she's a pretty girl. Tell her she's a very pretty girl.
Please welcome from The Last Witch Hunter, Elijah Wood and Rose Leslie to our program. Good morning, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi there. Good to see you.
All right, so you're in hyper promo mode for this. You're on tour and doing,
hyper
promo mode because it's coming out.
Yeah, in fact, you guys are leaving.
Initiate hyper promo.
I like that. Yeah.
When did you get into Philly? And you guys are leaving later on this afternoon, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We got in late last night. Well, not that late. No, we kind of landed around about 7.
Yeah, we landed.
Yeah, we didn't land. We definitely didn't
the train
land.
just sort of like arrived to the station. Yeah. We took a train from New York.
But
Yeah, there you go. It's what you both got here is the essential point of the
Train
whole thing.
landings are very sweet.
Well, let's talk about the movie a little bit, and then we're going to geek out on you guys because we're fans of a ton of your work.
Ah, cool.
But The Last Witch Hunter, so Vin Diesel is starring as this main character in this.
Yes.
And there are a lot, like I said, there are a lot of names. There are you two, and also Michael Caine is in this movie as well.
Yes.
But this is an original story. This is one that we haven't come across before. It's not coming from books or franchise or anything along those lines.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about what the whole plot line of this film is.
Vin Diesel's character, he plays Calder, who is an 800-year-old immortal witch hunter.
Okay.
And he's basically keeping black magic at bay. So black magic is illegal.
Right.
And that would be the scourge for which would be a danger to humanity.
And they're good. You are a good witch. No, not in an
Not
Oz
in the
reference.
Glinda variety.
Yeah, you're not in the Glinda variety, but he is reticent to do so, but you prove an ally to him. And you, Elijah, are an ally because you are. How's it pronounced? It's a Dolan.
A Dolan, yeah.
Right, not as in Mickey Dolan's, but in. But
wait, isn't that? Don't they do deliveries at home?
That's a doula.
That's a doula.
A doula.
Yeah. But you are. There's an order of priests, correct?
Yes, correct.
That provide protection to these. To this immortal character that Vin Diesel is playing.
Indeed, yeah.
Calder.
So basically, Dolans are priests in a long line of priests tasked with serving Calder, the witch hunter, and basically aiding in the background of his effort.
Are you obviously? Preston's been geeking out about Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
And I know Elijah, you are a big Game of Thrones fan.
Huge Game of Thrones.
Was that
fan.
a detraction while making The Last Witch Hunter that you were?
That Rose was going to be in the film? Yes, it was.
Totally, right?
It generally was. Yeah.
Yeah, I had read the books, and
I'm such a nerd for it. I flew to Belfast once, and as I was landing at Belfast Airport, I literally was humming the theme song. That's how much of a
wow. Yeah, and I'd read
going to the land of Game of Thrones.
Reading the books, I love the character Ygritte in the book, and then they eventually presented you in the show, and I'm like, oh my god, they hit it spot on. She's a badass. You're sexy and at the same time, and where now for your guys' scenes, obviously you're north of the wall. Where was that? Was that in Iceland or?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we shot in Iceland, and I think for those three seasons that I were in, we were there for like a solid 4 weeks, and it was amazing. I mean, we were shooting in ridiculous temperatures though, something like minus 18, where we, like, as a crew, we were getting paranoid that the lens would start freezing over, and then we wouldn't be able to shoot. And particularly in the kind of winter months, I mean, we had four hours a day of work, so we kind of like. We worked from 10 till 2, and then we just carried on drinking.
Let me tell you, it's funny because Preston is unsure as to which of you to geek out more on, but Rose, you take the
baton on that one.
Yes, on this one.
Big time, man. I
was going to geek out about Elijah.
Do it. Go ahead.
No.
No. I mean, I just the whole series, the Game of Thrones series, has been. Man, you got to wait too damn long.
That's the only problem.
For the next.
I always dread the finale every season. I do too. Every season. I'm like, please, I just don't want to watch it because I know that I'm going to have that inevitable feeling of something won't have been tied up, something will be teased, and I have to wait a damn year for it.
Well, you look at something as Herculean as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but every Christmas season, a new one was coming out.
Yes.
Let's get it together, folks. This may be just wiki BS, and I didn't realize this as I was looking. But Elijah, were you in the Forever Your Girl Paula Abdul video?
Yeah, that was the first job I had as an actor.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's wild. See, that ruined me for all other videos because I can't.
Where is this? I want to see it.
It's on YouTube like everything else.
And you can tell it's you.
Yeah.
That's a good song, man.
All right.
It was directed by David Fincher before he started making movies. Yep. There it is.
David Fincher directed it?
Oh, wow. Look at that. You can just pull it up on the television.
Oh, we're pulling up a video. I don't know at what point in the video he...
Where's Elijah?
He was a girl.
There he is.
Oh, you played a cute little girl with pigtails.
That's not me.
Someone was also texting it, and that you were in Back to the Future 2.
Correct. Well. Yeah, that was the first job out in a film.
A film, yeah.
That's me.
Well, I know
there he is.
There he is. Yeah.
Did you just break a pencil?
I did. I was, yeah.
He's stressed out.
What are you feeling? It's the stress of daycare, correct?
Just so stressed. Look, he's yearning for his lost love. Yeah.
By the way, Steve, last time Elijah was here so long ago, we were both 200 pounds heavier.
You guys were fat and I was skinny.
Casey was skinny and we were fat.
And I was sick that day. I was so mad. I wasn't here when Elijah was in, and we've had 3 out of the 4 Hobbits in studio, and I missed Elijah's
Who else
day.
have you had?
We've had Sean Astin a couple of times, and oh man,
Billy,
not Dominic Monaghan, but yeah, the
Billy
guy.
Boyd.
Billy Boyd.
Billy Boyd. Yeah, his band performed in here.
Amazing.
Yes.
That's so cool.
And he's Scottish.
He is.
Oh my God.
I think he was from Glasgow.
He's from Glasgow.
Yeah, he's from Glasgow.
That's right.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's hear it for him, guys. Excellent. We'll take a break. Back in a moment. Stay there. It's a hidden camera left in a forest to take pictures of animals in the wild. Captured pictures of a naked man who believed that he was a tiger after taking LSD.
I'm a tiger. Look at this. Grow.
The man only identified
I'm
as
a wild tiger.
The man only identified as Merrick from the Czech Republic took the drug to try and treat his depression.
I'm Merrick the tiger. Growl.
But after taking LSD, he then ran off into the Polish forest, stripped naked, and started behaving like a tiger.
I must leave you now and return to the world of tigers.
Later, foresters look back
But
at
I hope my message of peace lives on.
They look back at the footage to try and see if they had captured any wild animals on camera, but after watching footage of the man...
Oh, this is a straight up the ass shot this camera got.
Oh, yeah, he's totally naked.
Yeah.
He handed...
The brown eye of the tiger.
Yeah.
It's the brown eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. They handed the picture straight over to the police, who later apprehended Merrick. The 21-year-old then confessed to police that he had taken LSD.
I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. Running around. Tiger round.
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. There are a handful of songs that have an iconic guitar riff opening, and I'd say that this one is one of them. I can stop it right there. You know what's coming next,
You know what's
right?
coming, yeah.
Like that very moment, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Of course, you get amazing music. We've had a chance to talk to this gentleman before. He's one of the biggest fans of music I've ever met.
He's the best.
We've had the pleasure of having him perform live in front of us in a small crowd, and that's what's going to happen. It's an intimate setting, the Living Room Cafe, tomorrow night in Ardmore. Please welcome Mr. Vernon Reid to the show. Good morning to you, Vernon.
Good morning.
Great to have you.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. Raising your mug. We appreciate that. Join us for a morning cup of Joe.
My James Baldwin mug, absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, first of all, and we're talking to Vernon via Zoom right now. You have an awesome setup there. Where are you? Is this your home that you're speaking to us
I'm
from?
in the Dharma Lab in Shaolin, aka Staten Island, or my audio gear hoarding man cave studio.
Nice.
Very cool. Very trippy. The artwork on the wall behind you, is that something you did?
No. That's my friend Richie Admiral, aka Bama. He's like one of the original 70s graffiti artists, and he transitioned from painting on trains to fine art. So this is one of his pieces.
Well, Vernon and I became aware of the show coming up because we were over. My wife and I were checking out the Living Room Cafe. And we met with Laura Mann, who's the owner, and set up this establishment to provide this very cool. I mean, we're talking intimate. We're talking you're right up with the artist. This is a classic cafe style place, very comfortable couches and stuff like this. For you playing big a lot, this has to be really cool to be this intimate with your audience.
Yeah, it really is. This is going to be the second time I'm doing this Verntronics thing, and it's kind of like inspired by the stuff that Robert Fripp did with Brian Eno, and it's kind of me with a bunch of toys acting out. Also, I tell weird stories or true stories. Maybe the stories are true. You'll have to judge for yourself. But Laura is such an awesome person, and she's she's a very talented singer-songwriter in her own right, and I did a session for her years ago, and we became friends, and I love the fact that she opened the venue. It's fantastic.
It's great, and I think it's cool. Again, a lot of times you can see artists at one level, but to be in kind of a living room setup and get to experience Verntronics. So you mentioned Fripp and Eno. You look at the history, and Preston and I were trying to just nail down, and probably it's wrong to do that, where you gravitate to the most. You're all over the place. I mean, and can find everything that you love about each type of music style. But I'll ask you, what motivates you the most?
Well, the way I was raised, my parents are from the Caribbean. I was born in London. I was brought to the country when I was one year old. So yay, dreamers, 1.5. And I was exposed to everything. I remember, I'm that old. I remember when the Beatles were on the Ed Sullivan Show, and I was never told ever you should listen to this music, you shouldn't listen to that music. So it was just, so I experienced B.B. King, Jimi Hendrix, Carlos Santana, experienced John Coltrane, and all of it was just input. And anything that I felt was working. So my palette for music is really, really broad. It goes from punk to the most avant-garde to folk stuff to, it goes all over the place. The only thing I'm looking for in music is a core feeling, emotion. That's the only criteria I have for music.
Well, you mentioned Coltrane, and I used to listen. I'm a big fan, and it wouldn't really be in my wheelhouse, but that brought me over to experience jazz. And jazz, so many times we'll talk to the great rockers, the great musicians who turn to jazz for inspiration. Preston says it all the time about how, if you want to talk the real musicians, they're coming out of that camp. Not that there's, everyone is true to their own thing, but that, and with Jeff Beck
oh my God,
passing, and I mean, I knew he was in that realm and playing that kind of music, but I didn't realize how deep and how profound it was for him. So talk a little bit about that, if you will.
Well, the thing you have to, I think everyone should understand that everyone in the guitar world, a world of electric guitar, particularly rock guitar, we're reeling, really, pretty much. The passing of Jeff Beck, I think my friend Alex Skolnick from Testament put it best when he said, "We lost the guitar head of state." Mm-hmm. That's basically what just happened. And Jeff Beck, he never rested on his laurels. He kept exploring. He started as a rockabilly prodigy, but he's one of the rare prodigies that actually kept growing and developing and kept refining what he did. Even when he did Blow by Blow and Wired and even the fusion things, he didn't stop there. Mm-hmm. He started to incorporate Indian kind of bending. Nobody worked with the tremolo arm like Jeff Beck. I mean, he's really it's a staggering loss. And for people from the top to the bottom, I mean, people are pretty much devastated by it.
Well, and what I think made him stand out is he played what he wanted to play. I mean, he went where his heart led him musically, which for some people that can be career suicide if you're trying to make a buck in the world that you work in, Vernon. But for whatever reason, his heart sung true, and it came through in the music, and he influenced so many great people. There's a great documentary out about him and how he kind of broke out of the chains of rock music and started to follow a little bit more this jazzy path, and it made him so happy.
That's the thing. That and Cars, right? He's one of the great auto hot rod restorers. I mean, he shares that with Neil Young and Billy Gibbons. He's a real gearhead. And I mean, he was affected, say, John McLaughlin and the Mahavishnu Orchestra. That affected him a great deal. Or hearing Goodbye Pork Pie Hat. He's got one of the greatest interpretations of that beautiful song by Charles Mingus. He just went where he went. But if you hear something like People Get Ready, he's still connected to gospel and blues. I mean, he's just an extraordinary character. And he just kept it moving. He was a huge inspiration to so many fans, and he's just a brave, courageous cat.
I think of you and we, obviously we you guys came out to the camp out, and then you just killed it at the barbecue, and I think one of the things that we really connect and enjoy being in your company so much about is you consistently derive joy from music. It seems to be that it is what you thrive on. Was there ever a point where there was a lapse in that enjoyment?
Well, music is it can be very tough. And the thing for me is music is weird because it can be very frustrating. But the funny thing about that is that I return to music to get me out of whatever doldrums I'm in, you know. So music is also it's a weird job to have. Playing the guitar can be incredibly frustrating. It's incredibly boring to practice all the time. You know? I mean, you know, I say when I do clinics, you know, I say to guitar players all the time. So check this out. You know, we're all dealing with OCD. I say that right up top. This is obsessive compulsive disorder. If you're playing that diminished pattern for 8 hours, you're not well. Okay? Let's accept that. Let's all come together. Let's all come together and understand that we're not well people, and that's the first step to recovery.
Yeah, but it's true. Preston, I mean, you know, even obviously you're you know, the host of this show, but you practice your drumming.
I practice drums every day, and Vernon, it's wild, man, because I will like you. There's so many different styles. I want to explore. I'm like, well, you know what? I really don't know a lot about reggae. I want to dive into my reggae beats. You know what? But I need to work on my shuffle beats. You know what? I really should learn how to swing, or I need to, you know, work on my odd time meters. And there's so much, and I'll kind of get fixated on something for a little bit of time, spend some time on it, and then I'll move on to another one. But that palette, that landscape of things to explore in music is almost infinite, it seems.
You know, what's funny, too, is that you could be a great generalist or you could just do one thing specifically.
Yeah.
Right? That's the thing about being good in music. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is connecting. So if you're like somebody that, you know, you could play all the different styles, that's great. Or maybe you're just funky, or maybe you just play country and western really well. Mm-hmm. That's okay, right? You don't have to be the master of everything. If you're curious about it,
I am.
Go for it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But if one thing is your thing, that is 100% it. It's really about knowing yourself on a level, which is also a deeply philosophical question that we don't have time for today.
Right. I get really thirsty though when I'm starting to dive into music and wanting to play. I want to be able to play it all, but I need to be more realistic about it. I did want to ask about your Verntronics tour and how you describe that. What exactly is that you're
it's a cross between a DJ set, a guitar clinic, and somebody telling weird off-color, make somebody just saying things that make no sense. So there's or make a lot of sense. You know, depending. You know, so like do stuff it's a lot of looping stuff. Then I'll take a break and say something. Then I'll play another thing, and maybe there's some samples and looping, or maybe I'll sing a song if I don't feel totally freaked out. That's kind of what it is.
All right, so you don't really have a playlist. You're just kind of rolling with it.
Well, I kind of do have a play. You know, I kind of do have a playlist, but I also whatever happens on the ground or on stage.
I like that. Yeah, it's like a classic an evening with, and you like I'm not a musician. However, I love music documentaries. I love documentaries about musicians. I just love them. I saw the David Crosby one, you know, over the weekend. And
rest in peace.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is something that, you know, on whatever level you connect to something that you enjoy in your life, seeing an artist such as yourself and of your caliber kind of just lead you through some things, I think is very cool. How has it gone over? How long have you been doing this tour?
The Verntronics thing, I've been doing it off and on for you know, the time keeps on slipping into the future. How long have I been doing this?
Hey, Vernon, I wanted to ask you, you know, we obviously touched on Jeff Beck, and we lost another one of the all-time greats as well with Eddie Van Halen not that long ago. And you know, there are terms that get thrown around a lot of, you know, world's greatest guitarist and things like that. And I kind of always feel funky about that because when Eddie died, he was certainly one of my all-time favorite guitarists, but people like the world's greatest guitarist died. And I'm like, Steve Vai's pretty damn good, you know, and I don't get defensive about it, but it's so open to interpretation. What do you think about that when people throw around those words?
Well, the greatest. See, the thing is, the greatest are never heard. That's the thing. That's the sobering fact of it, is that they're wonderful. We were lucky to have Eddie Van Halen for as long as we did, as excellent and incredible as he is, We were lucky to have Jeff Beck for as long as we had Jeff Beck. But the thing is, I had a friend in Brooklyn named Arthur Rames, a multi-instrumentalist, guitar player, piano player, sax player. He's still the greatest I've ever seen. And he passed away in 1989. And I think about him, and one of the things that he taught me was that the world is random. The world is unfair. The world doesn't really pay attention all that much. And everybody's taking their chances. That's what he taught me. But he also taught me he's so much integrity and so much excellence. Yeah.
Sometimes I think about that. I'll think about the song from Leonard Skinner, The Ballad of Curtis Lowe. And he was just a guy down the road who played blues. And to this kid, he was the greatest guitarist ever.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
That's it.
And
absolutely.
Yeah.
I believe that's true. I had a friend of mine who gave me a tape of a guy who played me a tape of a guitar player from around, and he didn't play like Eddie Van Halen, he didn't play like Randy Rhoads. And I was listening to it, and I said, "Oh, this guy is as good as Randy Rhoads or Eddie Van Halen," and nobody knows. And this is one tape, and it's the guy playing guitar by himself. And I'm going, "Holy cow!"
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, he didn't connect in a band, but it's astonishing, and that's the way the world is, unfortunately. So, a lot of it is for myself. I have a lot of gratitude about the fact that the universe, for some whatever quirky reason, it decided that I would, come out of all these other people, and I think about that when I talk to guitar players and musicians and people, anyone with a dream. And you have to stand for your dream, but there's no guarantees. There are no guarantees in life, but you also have to do your best and hope for the best.
And appreciate those things. You obviously have your distinct style, but you've worked with so many other artists. I mean, from Santana to Jack Bruce to Mariah Carey, Janet Jackson. I'm going through a list of some of the names here that are listed.
Oh man,
do they come to you? Do they come to you for what you will bring to them, or do they come to you for you to help them find what they want out of themselves?
Well, it's a mix. It's a funny kind of mixed bag. There's like playing on Mimi's first record was it was funny. That's a talk about a story.
What was that like?
But it was kind of like a secret mission, because Tommy Mottola. Oh, I don't know if I can tell this story. Too many people are still alive.
Go ahead.
Well, it was kind of a meet us around the back in the corner in the dark, because partly, Tommy, everybody knows that Tommy was involved with Mariah Carey. But at the time, nobody knew that they were dating. Mm-hmm. And it was a very kind of hush hush. and Mariah Carey was a background vocalist for Brenda K. Starr, who's an R&B singer, and she was really cool. And obviously she's we all know that she's the best, or the world-class artist, and superstar. But she was super, super nice, and it was just a funny, the way it was kind of like, go downstairs and wait by the back entrance, and we're going to go into the studio this way, and decide that it was like, wow.
Yeah. Building a superstar. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah. So I'm just, I've been fortunate to have been around so many incredible musicians, and also people. They're my personal heroes. Jack Bruce, and Carlos Santana. It's just kind of incredible.
Yeah. When you're playing with those other musicians, are you cognizant of, or are you conscious of not playing anything that might be Living Color-ish to kind of differentiate, or are you just playing what Vernon wants to play? Oh, we lost him.
We lost him.
We just lost our connection. I was wondering why all of a sudden I just see me on our screen here.
Should I answer myself?
I look good.
What do you think Vernon would say?
I think Vernon would say, I would say he plays what the artist wants him to play, but he's got to add a little bit of his own flavor. I don't know what the hell he would say. I have no idea. Well, that's too bad. All right. Well, he is playing tonight at the Living Room Cafe. Marissa's saying, hold on a second. She's going to get Vernon back on. And then are we doing another Zoom right after him?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's where the
there was a collision.
The disconnect is happening. I'm not really sure.
If you're a fan of artists and they have the Hooters and other so you have the Ardmore, which is a great facility, and then you have this much more intimate situation, but you're getting a lot of the artists that you can see. Again, Preston, it's just like 100+.
Yeah,
really, and couches and stuff like that, and it's a wonderful new venue, opened in November, so definitely check it out.
Yeah, he's going to be there tomorrow night. The show's at 8 o'clock. You can go to livingroomardmore.com if you want to get the tickets as well. But yeah, Steve, you were naming some of the bands that Vernon has played with. Are you back, Vernon?
I am.
Okay.
Before we go on, I want to make a shout out to my pops. Today's his 91st birthday. That's James Emmanuel Reid.
Okay. Was he a musician?
No, he is not. Okay. He was an air traffic controller.
Okay.
It's kind of the same thing.
pushing 10.
Right, pushing 10. Yeah.
So real quick, what I was in the middle of asking you, Vernon, was when you're a hired gun, when you're coming in to do session work, do you have to be careful not to play in a style that might be something that would be you would say for Living Color, or are you just playing whatever's required at the time?
I think you have to be sensitive. You have to listen to the song and play appropriately for the song. I mean, sometimes an artist might want something over the top, or they want something that's kind of not super intense, So it reminds me of this funny story of doing a session for Garland Jeffries, the legendary rock singer songwriter, and I was playing on the song "I Was Afraid of Malcolm," and I was in the studio and I started playing and I was kind of going off. And then all of a sudden, the tape stopped and Garland was on the mic and goes, "Everybody knows you can play guitar, Vernon."
Oh, man.
Man.
Yeah, because you
That's funny.
I think for people that you look up to, you'd want to show them your chops, and then, but that's not always what they want from you.
Yeah, but and funny, interestingly enough, that turned out to be one of my favorite sessions. I go back and listen to, and I still got to play, but it was it was a lesson that I really appreciated.
I have to ask you quickly about this cruise. It's coming up in March with Bret Michaels, Devo, Howard Jones, The Church, Kim Wilde, Morris Day, and The Time.
Ooh,
is this your first time doing one of these things?
No, we've done a few of them. We've done Joe Bonamassa Blues Cruise. We've done Shiprocked.
Oh yeah.
But I'm looking forward to seeing Devo. I'm looking forward to seeing the artists. So some of my favorite people. It's going to be very, very funny.
I think some people get dismissed.
The cruises are very weird because you can't get off the boat.
Right. That's one of
the boat, man.
You can't get off the boat. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love it.
All right. Well, the show for Vernon Reid is tomorrow night. It's at the Living Room Cafe, and you can get tickets at livingroomardmore.com, an 8 p.m. show. And Vernon's hanging out, telling stories, talking, playing, doing the whole thing.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, agreed.
Being a weirdo.
Being a weirdo, answering questions without questions, and so on. But no, listen, man, we love having you on, Vernon. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And the Living Room was a great little venue, and Laura's an awesome curator.
And great carrot cake.
Yeah.
The food's really good. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you. Vernon Reid, everybody. Take care, Vernon. Tomorrow night in Ardmore. He's great, man. Last time we talked to him, it was like a music history class.
But that's it.
We were taking.
Not only can he recall the history, he's part of it. He's worked with all these people.
Yep, agreed. All right, is our next guest ready to go?
Yes, he is.
And we're doing this via Zoom. Yep. So, all right, when you watch any NFL game on Fox, you may have heard this guy doing his job.
Yes.
And it's a cool, interesting gig. And what catches my ear from time to time is sometimes you'll hear something like this.
Yeah. The first
being
time it
played.
caught my ear, as a matter of fact.
And, well, this is music from Fish. So if you're watching games and you hear music coming in and out of the commercial breaks and at different points in the broadcast, this is the guy that does it. He makes it happen. And he goes by Jake Jolly.
Yeah.
So let's welcome Jake this morning to the show. Hey, Jake, how you doing, man?
I'm good, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
Early?
Yeah, we're getting ready to listen to the tunes. We're getting ready to listen to your playlist on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, have you got things worked out? What you're going to do yet?
Got a few in there. Got a few. Funny thing is, for some reason, Casey might agree with this. A lot of bosses don't think I should just play all Fish all the time. I don't know.
That's weird. Yeah, he can commiserate.
Well, and also, like, I had an opportunity to actually meet you last year. You were in town for a Thursday night game, and so I went out and had a cup of coffee with you. And as it turns out, yes, you do love the band Fish, but they're not your favorite band. I think you said Radiohead might be your favorite band. Have you ever played Radiohead going into commercials?
I have. It hasn't got nearly maybe the very hardcore fan may notice it, but there's nothing like if you play 8 seconds of a Fish tune that will get people noticing more than anything, which is kind of how it started. It didn't just kind of started just playing just playing some songs to do bumper music like you guys do.
Yeah.
In and out of every break. So,
Exactly.
I mean, I grew up working in radio back in Cincinnati, so it was my favorite time to do, and just put your little songs going in and out of break.
Yeah, it's a little stamp that you put on it. And for those who don't know, that's an industry term. We call it a bumper bed, and we use them every day, all the time on the program, and we have fun with them from time to time. And you'll do some things that I think people sit up and take notice. I was watching the game on Sunday. You played some CSN. I think you might have played Woodstock during a break, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
David Crosby. I'm like, I thought that was a pretty cool, conscious nod. You try to. Is that one of the first things you're thinking of going in? Is what's happened this week in pop culture news wise that might kind of inform what music you're going to play?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of cool. Like, yeah, I call them either something happened pop culture wise, or I call them like little Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I think during Thanksgiving, the Philly Dallas game, it was like 8 seconds of the Dead Milkmen and on a Philly touchdown.
That's awesome.
So, but in Tom Bell, I think Tom Bell just passed away, so we played some spinners. So during the Thanksgiving week, so it was our Tom Hart, that's Philly Soul.
Right.
Jake, I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan, and so if I go to like a Flyers game or whatever, and I hear them playing Pearl Jam in the arena, I love it. But I also like when an organist will play a song, and I remember watching a Flyers Kings game, and for a long stretch they would play the Game of Thrones theme, and they got such a reaction just to that in the background. But what you do really is this subtle art form, but I think that more people might appreciate it than you know. Because I think people do pay attention to this stuff coming in and out of the break. And I'm curious as to other than our conversation this morning, who's reached out to you and be like, yeah, thanks for playing that. Thanks for playing this.
It's gotten pretty crazy. We were in Buffalo once, and I played Mo, who's from upstate New York there, and they reached out to not totally to me, but they heard it. You kind of hear secondhand story where they hear it. I do know, on the Super Bowl a few years back, kind of the first time I ever played Fish or wanted to play Fish, we do these Super Bowl intros for the teams. It was for Atlanta. It was the Atlanta New England Super Bowl, and it was Tweezer.
It was Tweezer Reprise, actually.
Yes, it was. It was Tweezer Reprise. And after the game, it went on. I didn't even, I was doing the game. After the game, my cousin texted me, said, hey, look at this thread. And it was Brad Sands, the former manager of Fish.
Kidding.
Talking with Trey. He's like, hey, are you watching the Super Bowl right now? Trey was just like, oh my God, I got to root for the Falcons now. So it does. That's was kind of maybe the first time, well, maybe that, because in my mind, it was just you're playing them for yourself, and you're just like, all right, I like this song's cool, but it definitely gains traction very, very quick.
Has management ever come to you and said, "Don't play that anymore"?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. And
Maybe the more I do of these, maybe it's going to happen.
Another thing you have to be aware of is songs with sensitive lyrics when something has happened. I know that it's happened on radio before. There's some kind of a national tragedy or a local tragedy, and you're not even thinking about it, and you play some song that has some lyric that doesn't really pertain to that at all, but a few people might hear it as a certain way. Are you cognizant of that going into the songs you're choosing?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a lot of songs that we put in there that, you have to edit it just the right way before they, you don't even edit, you just pick the right endpoint.
Right.
And then you don't want to, you absolutely want to know what's going on in current events. Like I would have, you don't want to have any Kanye on there or anything like that.
Yes. Yeah. Could be a problem. Except for Poopity Scoop.
Yeah.
That might work. No, there's
a song called Poopity Scoop.
A Kanye song. Yeah, it's horrible. A quick question concerning the rights to music and what you're able to play. Obviously, we as a radio station, we have our arrangement, and the fee is paid for that. How does it work with you guys?
It's almost the same way. I mean, I wish I could just go in and pick anything I wanted just to play. That's kind of the myth. Like I just can't, like if during the game, if something comes up and it's not been sort of pre-cleared by our music department, you just can't just play it. So there are little limitations. You do have to go through labels, and labels are sending stuff kind of the same way as the radio. They're sending stuff all the time. They just want the exposure pretty much. And you keep it under 15 seconds. There's some ways there that you don't really have to, you'll get, not in trouble, and like it's live use. There's all sorts of little red tape stuff that,
yeah, no doubt.
Hey, do you ever, I know that you kind of have a playlist going into the game, but will something happen during the game where it'll inform a decision? Can you make a choice on the fly and go, you know what, let's dig this song out and play, or is it you already know what your list is?
No, I mean, I don't know exactly. I mean, I have a list, but I don't know exactly what the first break in the court, I'm going to play this one. Second break, I'm going to play this one. It's kind of whatever happens in the game. And
you play Carini first in the game on
I
Sunday.
do like doing a Carini. Yeah, a Carini opener always, as Fish fans know, is always pretty much you're in for a night if you get a Carini opener. But it's tough. I wish. I tell people this. I wish my only job on the show was just to pick music out. But I'm helping the broadcast out and doing other stuff, and it is kind of crazy to me that just has become such a cool thing, because it just was literally just born out of hey, let's just update our music going to break instead of playing the same old stuff.
That's wild.
So Joe Davis has been doing a lot of the Eagles games lately. He did a lot of the Fox broadcasts for the Phillies and the World Series as well. So what sports do you cover, and do you have any correspondence back and forth with the guys in the booth actually calling the games?
Oh yeah. So I cover college football, and I help out on NFL and NASCAR. And so I'm helping on the crew with Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, who will be doing the game this weekend in Philly. Kevin Burkhardt, he just wants Bon Jovi. So he's been wanting that. Greg Olson's coming around to it. He's
solid, man. He is a solid analyst.
Oh, he's really good. I tell him he's got such a good way of explaining football, but not over the top explaining it. He explains it where a guy, you and I are sitting at a bar, and we can understand what that means. So he's really going to be good.
If you're just tuning in, it's Jake Jolly. He does the sports in and out of the commercials on Fox NFL games. And anybody ever try to pay you to play a song?
Yeah, payola.
Yeah. Huh? It would be different than our rules, probably. Maybe.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for those backstage passes to Fish, but I haven't really got anything yet. So.
All right. So I found out a friend of mine used to work at a local NBC station. I went and saw what she did at work, and her job was to play all the sound cues during the news. I never realized how many little sound cues are there. They're going to go to a weather report. It's playing these little sound effects. Well, somebody has to make those sound effects. They don't just happen out of thin air.
Right.
And the same thing in an NFL broadcast. Sometimes you'll hear like a little sound effect thing. Do you do any of that stuff, or are you just strictly the music?
That's just, I mean, all the sound effects, like the whooshes and stuff on a football game, those will most likely be in pre-produced packages that are edited already, going from our sound engineers back in Los Angeles will edit those together and put those together. But the audio mixer, who's Jamie McCombs, who's our audio mixer, him and I will get together before the game and look through the songs, and he has the job of like making sure everyone's mics are well, all that stuff. And when we go to break, we'll kind of say, hey, what are we thinking? What do we want to play? So let's play this. So then he physically mixes it on the air to
and
break.
so and I know that prior to those guys departing for, was it Amazon, you worked with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, that's what it was. Do you guys do you work with the same team every single time when it comes to, like, do you have a football team and the NASCAR team and a college football team?
Yes, I work with the same college football team, like Tim Brando and Spencer Tillman with them the whole year. And then I'll come on this group with Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, just as kind of an associate producer, just helping out with edited pieces and stuff like that, which is what I did with Joe and Troy last year.
How'd you get this job, by the way, Jake? How'd this happen?
It's all about who you know.
Yeah. So he knows Artie Kempner and Press. You and I, we play in the Drive for Autism every year with Artie Kempner. It's his golf outing that he does for Delaware Autism, and so he's a producer for Fox. And you said that first of all, Artie's honked off that you get to do this interview and not him.
Yes. Oh, we'll get Artie on too.
But you also said he was very he was instrumental in your career.
Yeah, he's been there for a while. He's so when you just start up in this business, he's one of the guys. He was always a director, so he's always a guy that would help you out and make sure you got better. He'd let you know if you weren't doing it right for sure. But he was a guy that definitely would take the time to help you out, along with many other people at Fox, but to make sure you're doing it right and make sure you got better.
So I see Bob Marley on the wall behind you. Does Marley work his way into any of these bumpers?
Not as much as not as much as I thought. Like, I think I have done, like, Sun is Shining once, because if the sun's out and all that stuff. But he needs. It's a good point. He needs to work in a little more. I should do that. So.
Reggae's a tough one, right?
It is kind of tough, but because you need that. As you guys know, you need that hit right away.
Yeah.
It's like we're not building up to a song.
All right, Jake. So obviously you're a huge Bengals fan. Give us your predictions for the weekend, because I'm feeling confident quietly about the Eagles, but I have no idea what's going to happen in the AFC.
Yeah, I feel your confidence on the Eagles. Hard not to be confident, and it's hard not to be confident as a Bengal fan. It's very foreign territory to be very confident and very borderline cocky, because you guys know the Bengals' history. But I mean, when you beat a team three times in a row, and what they just did in Buffalo, I mean, it's hard for me to see them not winning in Arrowhead.
All right.
I love if they call it Burrowhead after that. So.
Burrowhead. Nice. All right. So can we request a song for the game on Sunday?
Exactly.
And he said, I'll try, which is a standard DJ response. Yeah,
I'll try to get that on for you.
We all know that line.
Yeah, I'll try to get that on for you.
We know the line, Jake. But I mean, obviously, you're going to do some San Francisco-centric songs and some Philly-centric songs, I would think. What are some things when Philadelphia comes to mind? What artists come to your mind?
Well, I haven't got it on yet, and I've been wanting to do it. G-Love definitely comes to mind.
Oh, G-Love's great.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
I love, like, not the, G-Love to me was great, but not like the common or the most popular choice, like would be, but Hall & Oates is comes to mind, and
What about the OJs?
Hooters?
Love Train.
I can get that. We can OJ.
So I don't know if you're familiar with G Love's latest album, Philadelphia, Mississippi, but he's got a song on there called "Love from Philly" that's pretty good.
Okay.
How about?
I can tell my music department's already getting mad at me.
I was thinking something off Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Dark Side?
Yeah, Dark Side, something with a long intro time.
Just the bells ringing.
Well, I was actually thinking Hooters because...
I was thinking all you zombies.
Well, no, the bam, bam, ba-na-na-na-na, dun, dun. She was a beep bump, baby.
And we
dance. That's
danced.
it. I mean, that's. I mean, you
it's
talk about
tempo.
Yeah, it's up
Hey,
tempo.
look at us getting you fired.
What should be the first Eagles touchdown?
Yeah.
Eagles touchdown. What should be it? You guys tell me.
Oh, what should be the first Eagles touchdown?
Sarah's smile.
We're on the spot.
Oh, I got one. Well, it's not Philly-centric, but what about Hurts So Good by Mellencamp?
I know. They did that last week.
Yes, that played last
Yep.
week. Yep.
All right.
I picked up on that.
Obvious.
Damn it.
Something Philly, something big, something exciting.
How about Springsteen's song from the movie Philadelphia?
No, that's like depressing, horrible, not good, slow.
Yeah, slow, yeah.
I mean, the most obvious is Philadelphia Freedom.
Yeah, but that's played to death.
That's been done to done.
I think that goes if they're winning at the end or something like that.
Do you do anything from movie soundtracks like Rocky? Obviously, that's the other big obvious one for Philadelphia.
Rocky's one that might be the movie soundtracks get a little hairy.
How about Neil Young's song from the film Philadelphia?
What about the opera scene from the movie Philadelphia? Maria Callas.
I'm telling you, I think, and we danced. I think that after the whatever that was that thing called, the flutophone. What is that thing called?
A hooter.
It's called a hooter.
Yeah.
Right after that gets done, and then it goes right into the up-tempo music, I think, because you're going, they scored, they kicked the field goal, you're breaking for commercial, bam, bam.
No, it's great.
And it's
a good call.
It's a Philly band. And then our listeners that are going to be watching on Sunday, when they hear that, they'll be like, it's Preston and Steve, and then we'll get a
cease and desist.
We're missing an obvious one.
What?
The Preston and Steve song from Froggy. Local band.
There you go. That makes most sense. And if you can just crack the mic and say, thanks to Preston and Steve for suggesting.
I don't think you would even have
I'm going
to
get a lot of crap for this anyways. I'm sure my coworkers are going to.
They wouldn't have to pay any royalties at all for the Froggy stuff.
No, whatever. All right, well, if we think of something later on, we can send it to Jake.
See, it's not so easy.
No.
I know, right? You got to make it just right. You got to make sure your choice counts.
It is important. Yeah. And people love hearing.
That's why you always just go back to fish.
Yeah, but Jake, I have a text group of friends of mine from college that any single time you play First Tube or Carini or whatever, like it blows up, and I know that that Twitter blows up as well. And you were talking earlier about Brad and Trey having a conversation about what you played at the Super Bowl, but apparently Paige McConnell, he's a huge fan of what you're doing, and then you've also been featured on some so anybody like in the fish camp, we all we're all chattering and having these conversations, and so thank you for that. Like you definitely have brought us all together.
It's got to be good to know you can go to any city in this country and get a free cheese sandwich. Right?
Exactly. Hey, man, any free's anything, right? Free is for me.
Free anything. All right, man. Well, it's getting down to the end of the season. So what do you do, by the way, when the season's over? What else do you do?
Straight down to Daytona, Florida for NASCAR.
Get NASCAR going. Okay.
That's a juggernaut as well.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, listen, Jake, thanks for letting us take a peek into your world. It's a really cool. And just to remind people in these industries, in broadcast, in sports media and stuff like that, there's all kinds of gigs that you never really think about that are available. I don't know if they're available, but they're an avenue that you can explore down the road.
Jake's job will never be available.
No, not until his cold, dead hands are off of that turn.
Try that job from his cold, dead hands.
All right, Jake, thanks for letting us talk to you, man. We appreciate it.
Okay,
and we'll play a little fish on the way out.
There we go. All right.
Let's hear it for Jake Jolly, guys. That's cool. I love hearing about jobs like that, things that you don't really, think about that. Oh, yeah, that's a job. That's a full-time job.
Well, you're right about the minutia involved in a standard. Like, take a standard news broadcast. Obviously, we're on for almost 5 hours, so there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and you're used to hearing it this way. But think in terms of a news broadcast or anything that's live. A sporting event like what Jake's involved with is just an army of people bringing it on.
Yep.
Yeah. And, and so when he and I sat down and had coffee last year, he told me a really funny story about he was doing a game with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. And he was telling Joe that, hey, Joe, your mic is live. Your mic is live. And Joe is like, shut up. I'm letting the crowd, you know what I mean? He's like, I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this a really long time. I'm letting the crowd tell the story right now.
Right.
Essentially is what he was saying to this guy. Yeah.
He said that to Joe Buck?
Why don't you shut up?
No, because Joe wasn't saying anything, and he was like, "Hey, Joe, you're live. You're on."
And it was a baseball game, right?
Yeah, I think it was a baseball game.
Yeah, you got there are times to let it breathe. And in fact, we asked Joe about that. There was a play. I forgot one in particular where he just kind of sat back And he let it unfold because there are times to do that. And
It was the
professional.
Stefan-
A professional knows that.
It was the Stefan Diggs touchdown catch that launched them in the Vikings into the NFC Championship game against the Eagles. And
those who do it, do it. The ones who are masters at it, you don't see any strings. I mean, that's it's just as smooth as can be.
Well, Casey, give me some football ambiance right about now because I think we need to do another giveaway with the Preston Steve Block Pool, courtesy of Duncan. How many you want me to give away? You dictate this, Casey, because we got to get these all done before tomorrow. How many do I have left?
Well, we have 11 left. So
11 left, okay.
let's do 4.
All right, 4 callers right now. We'll start with caller number 11. All right, so 11, 12, 13, and 14. You get a spot in our block pool for the tickets to the NFC Championship game on Sunday, courtesy of Duncan. Call right now, and we'll get you on the list, and hopefully you will be the one who is at the game on Sunday. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It started to work immediately in that he felt he had become a Siberian tiger.
Wow, that's a cool one to go for.
He told police that it was then that his true personality had woken up and that he had always connected with the animal.
Amazing.
He added that while being high on the drug, he picked up a scent and felt compelled to follow it. In 8 hours, he is believed to have traveled 15 and a half miles along the Czech-Polish border.
Not bad.
He's hauling ass.
Yeah.
But because the man did not have any drugs with him, he was only fined and will not face any further charges. So,
I mean, come on.
Yeah, this picture.
Pull it down.
All right, I did notice something else. I noticed
More to be noticed.
I noticed this handwritten piece of paper.
He noticed a handwritten piece of paper.
This is the audio of Kathy from earlier this morning. Did she say bitted or not? She was talking about a woman that bit someone's finger.
All right.
Casey and I thought we heard bitted.
I might have heard bitted as well.
And she says it wasn't, but and texters have gone either way on this too.
Okay.
So it's nope.
Let's see.
She heard bit, and yes, I heard bit.
Well, I tell you what, if Kathy's right, passes to the movie on Wednesday night.
Okay, to who?
To Rogue One, to Kathy.
No, I mean to give to Kathy.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. What were you saying?
There's a
Wow,
possibility
thank
that she said bit it, but I think she said bitted it.
Then I'm going to go with bit it.
I'm going with bitted it.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Bitted a woman's finger off. You heard it.
Wait, play it again.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, audio proof that Kathy said bitted.
No, I didn't.
Can I hear? I want to go in
Hold on, yeah.
Marissa is
Hold on
she
here.
edited it.
Another woman who
You ready?
Yeah.
In slow mo.
Okay.
Bitted a woman's finger off.
Play it from the beginning slow like that.
That's exactly what happened. I was there and the woman bitted the other woman's finger off. Did I tell you I was a cheerleader?
How about your winter activities?
My winter activities, I had to not do a few of them during the camp out. I nearly bitted my fingernails off, worrying about it.
Worrying about it.
Okay. All right, play it, Casey. Slow. All right.
Remember, there was also another woman who bitted a woman's finger off. Wait a second. That was also... Is that you?
What I said was bit it.
When are we going to do our wine club again? Where we get together and watch that Nick Lachey show.
Listen, what I said was bit it a woman's finger off.
Like I Like It, that song?
Bit it a woman's finger off.
Oh, you're still going to fight it.
Yes. You just have to talk so fast with you guys because you either get
I
cut off
know.
or shut down or
It's
you can't
brutal.
finish your story or your statement or a word. Exactly.
I'm like a falcon just waiting to jump in.
Not you,
I
everybody
know.
in here.
Well, I do it the worst. I know.
Steve, can you do a little bit of the traffic in her voice? Somebody's texting you for that.
Okay, on the northeast-south conduit, traffic is backed up. And at the wood crustacean, which sounds like a giant wooden lobster.
seen their stand-up routine? I don't know, but you should. Please welcome. You know them from the Broken Lizard crew. We have Kevin Heffernan and Steve Lemmy who are here.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Fresh off the red-eye flight in from the West Coast.
Fresh off the red-eye. Yeah, we had to get here on time. Yeah, and we listened to your show all the way in.
Oh, I hope it was enjoyable. You
Dick tips. Dick tips. Great runner. Great runner. Kowtowing. Best joke of the last 30 minutes. Kowtowing. Yeah.
And
Camel towing, man.
Kevin had a stranger sleeping on him.
Yeah.
On the way
A
in.
lovely elderly Asian woman fell asleep on my shoulder.
Now we were talking about your ability to prior to coming on. That you rock the plane sleeping, no problem, but you cannot use a neck pillow.
No,
your body naturally forms a pillow that keeps your head up.
Yeah, I don't have a neck, so my head is just propped on my shoulders.
Yeah,
so my head doesn't tilt. You know, I can just sleep anywhere sitting straight up.
So did you let her sleep on you?
Yeah, why not? He didn't know. He didn't know she was there. Can't we all just get along?
No, I woke up once. I was on a flight from Hawaii back to Philadelphia, and I woke up to there was a little bit of turbulence. Well, there was a lot of turbulence, and this huge man that was sitting next to me was like grasped onto my arm and like wrapping around me, and he was like, "I think we're gonna be okay." Okay.
That was his opportunity.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
guess so.
If I was sleeping on her, it would have been different. She would have been. She would have been suffocated. Yeah. She would have got rid of me in a second. I'd have pancaked her.
There's a nice space between these. I'll rest my head there. Yeah. You know, it's an adorable picture.
Yeah.
It looks like you're smuggling her out of a country. And, but I envy you being able to do that.
Yeah.
Man.
And Steve, you have your arms folded too. I don't know how you can fall asleep in that position.
We were talking about that because I mentioned to you guys before coming on the device I purchased for Preston, which is this inflatable thing, sits on the trade table. Now, Steve, you are as good as Preston at sleeping on a plane, or no?
No. There's only one spot. I can only sleep on the right side of the plane, on my right ear. I have to lean against the wall. Otherwise, I can't. My neck is I have too much thin neck to, like, even a neck.
Is that
pillow,
a syndrome?
I have thin neck syndrome. Yeah, more giraffe. TNS, they call it.
TNS.
Yeah, I suffer
but
from
you
TNS.
have a specific. You know the specific seat you need. What is the specific seat you need?
The F.
The F seat.
The F seat. And that goes for life too, by the way. I'm always sitting in the F seat. That's your autobiography title. Yeah, Steve Lemmy, the F seat. Life in the F seat. Life in the F seat.
Life in the F seat.
Yeah.
They'll think it's a hip hop album. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, but I've just. And it'll screw up any sort of your long-term trip if you go overseas. You know, you'll ruin a vacation because you lose 2 days because you didn't sleep on the plane.
Yeah.
And I've never done that. I know you're flying mostly within the United States, but now you just got it down to when you get on. How long before you're asleep?
Like minutes. I recommend people have their necks removed, and then it's easy to sleep that way. It really is unbelievable how you can sleep on. Like, it pisses me off.
It pisses me off.
Yeah. Because sometimes, like, one of his eyes remains open for the sleep. Like, you only know he's asleep because his mouth opens up.
Right.
But his eyes are open, and when his mouth is closed, you can talk to him. But when his mouth is open, that's how you know not to disturb him.
It's true. So Kevin, you're acutely aware of the fact that Steve's going to be awake taking pictures.
Oh, that's
of you.
all he does of me. He takes pictures of me while I sleep, and I think have a whole album of fetish. It's a fetish he has.
How do you fall asleep knowing that's going to happen?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't bother him. I'm a performer. You know what I mean? I like to perform for people. So I walked into the bathroom, the airport bathroom, when I got off, and I had a gigantic drool stain all the way down my T-shirt too. So no, it was a good sleep. It was a good sleep. Yeah.
That is great, especially when you're walking off the flight. Everyone knows exactly what that is.
Hey guys, I know that a lot of people were excited when they heard that Super Troopers 2 was going to start production this year. It happened in October. You guys
we shot it. Yeah,
you shot it. It's done.
It's done.
Wrapped.
Yeah, we're in the editing room now. Yeah, that's why we red-eyed out, because we were editing yesterday. So, but it was. We finished about first week of October, and we shot for 2 months up in Boston.
So with the with your stage show, and you guys go out and tour. And you've done it for a while. The other three, I guess, go off and do their deal. But
we're the funny ones.
You're the funny ones.
Guys,
but I love your kind of your stage show is a synthesis of different things. It's a storytelling and stand up, and it's almost like an evening with.
Yeah, we each do a traditional stand up comedy set, but we also we come out together and we'll tell behind the scenes stories of the making of our movies. In fact, this weekend we're telling a fresh new story
about Super Troopers 2.
A tease? Because I
I'll
love,
tease it.
I love the...
I'll tease you, Steve.
Tease me like crazy. Tickle my ass with an ostrich.
I'll tease.
So tease, yeah. What is it?
I have a really exciting love scene in Super Troopers 2. I have a very exciting love scene. It's...
Which Carlito's Way member do you look like?
No, it's me with my mustache, but I'm going mustache to mustache with Rodney Farva.
Wow.
Kevin and I have a love scene together.
Yeah.
Really?
We have a thing.
Yeah, we make out in this movie.
Yeah, we can't really give away how it happens, but it does happen.
Yeah.
I love that. I love, because I was, watching a lot of your stuff, and there's an elaborate... Patrick Swayze encounter story that I thought was hilarious. And you, Steve, are a huge Patrick Swayze fan.
We're all Kevin and I are both big Patrick Swayze fans, but Kevin missed his opportunity to meet him because he was over at the free buffet table.
But you had a moment.
The window opened for a second, and Kevin was not
open
there.
bar, dude.
What I loved about it is that you guys are, because you guys, you obviously have this degree of success, but you're just the same sort of guys that we all would be in the same situation. When you meet someone you're sort of a fanboy for, and you realized in short order that you were that annoying fan.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No, we were like, we saw Swayze, and we ran down the list. Like we were like, all right, what should we say to Swayze? And we ran down the list. Yeah, Point Break, Young Blood, Dirty Dancing, Roadhouse.
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Liberty Safes in New Jersey. You can keep all your important keepsakes safe at home in a Liberty Safe. Liberty Safes of New Jersey, Route 130 in Bordentown, or Route 73 in Mount Laurel, libertysafesnj.com. In Connecticut, a thief stole a hairless cat along with designer bags during a hotel room burglary in Shelton.
Mr. Biggles.
Wait, so there was a hairless cat staying in the hotel room?
Yeah, and they stole it. The burglary
Some fancy fees, please.
happened on Sunday at the Hilton Garden Inn, and there were no signs that someone had forced their way into the room. The hairless cat named Princess was taken, along with a Fendi and a Gucci bag. The items are estimated at about $8,500, not including the cat.
Why would you take the cat?
I don't know.
Do they think it's worth money?
Or maybe they'll hold it
It's a
hostage.
witness.
Or they'll hold it hostage like they did Lady Gaga's bulldog, a pet napper.
I don't know where I am, but I can hear like a delivery truck out back.
Police have
Sounds like
released
there's a train in the distance.
a photo of the suspect and their vehicle. In the photo, the suspect is holding what appears to be a blanket, wearing flip-flops and socks,
I'm hearing people talk with thick accents.
and wearing a gray hooded jacket. So they are looking for the person.
By the way, my next purchase, or my
hairless
next
cat?
my next pet, I'm getting a hairless cat.
Just to not deal with the shedding and everything, or you just like them?
Both.
Yeah?
And I've heard that they can kind of have an odor to them because they are hairless. But my cousin has a hairless dog. The dog is a little stinky. But I know a few people that have hairless cats, and they said it's not like the dog.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the case, but if it doesn't have a nasty odor, I'm in.
And what, you just like them? Or
I like them, and yes,
Okay.
the hair situation, like to not have animal hair on my clothes would be like a dream come true.
That's a laughable concept in my house. Laughable.
One of our old interns.
Yes,
just got
she was
hairless.
one of the people that I spoke to
Okay.
about the odor.
Okay,
All right.
Never thought about that. All right, I'd be down with a hairless cat. That'd be cool. Hairless pussy, if you will. A woman killed
That's
in.
really why I want to get
A woman killed in a. This is a follow-up. A woman killed in a fire crash on the Pennsylvania Turnpike over 35 years ago has been identified, the Pennsylvania State Police said. The woman was identified as Linda Jean McClure of Indiana, Pennsylvania. Along with their findings, state police provided a photo of Linda from a 1975 yearbook when she was approximately 13 years old. The crash occurred October 27, 1987 on the Turnpike in Stony Creek Township. And according to state police, McClure, who was 26 at the time, was a passenger in a tractor trailer that struck a fuel tank of another semi-tractor trailer. Caught on fire. She and the driver were killed. State police said authorities were able to immediately identify the truck driver as a California man. But the woman's name remained a mystery despite multiple attempts to identify her. And then in August of last year, the Turnpike Commission agreed to pay for forensic genetic genealogy testing. And once funding was tested and secured, the police teamed up with an Oklahoma establishment to get an identity for the unknown woman. I'm sorry, not Oklahoma, Othram is the name of the company.
Oh, okay.
Or to at least identify the nearest living relative. Forensics evidence was sent to the lab, and they used genome sequencing to produce a genealogical profile, and the investigation went on from there. Police contacted her family, told investigators they last communicated with McClure in the 1980s. She was never reported missing to law enforcement, according to state police.
Wow.
So she was 26, so maybe they thought she was just leaving
just
or
took off.
living on the road or whatever. Her brother submitted a DNA sample for comparison, and it confirmed she was a victim of the 1987 crash.
It's amazing.
Pretty wild, yeah. A woman was arrested last week after district officials discovered she had filed false documents to enroll as a student at New Brunswick High School.
Isn't this wild?
A grown woman.
Yeah.
Superintendent Aubrey Johnson made the announcement during a Board of Education meeting. Johnson said that she was here for 4 days before being found out and barred from entering district property. All appropriate authorities were immediately notified, and the individual in question was arrested for providing false documentation.
She does look young. I tried to enroll at a kindercare about 6 months ago, and the jig was up immediately.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
The woman was not identified. The woman did attend a few classes while enrolled. Students who came into contact with her were asked not to engage with her again, either remotely or in person. Parents of students of the woman came in contact with, as well as all other parents of children in the district were notified, and the superintendent said the district will be reviewing its enrollment process from here on.
Just hanging out with the kids.
Yeah.
Yep. A drunk passenger stole a bus and drove it through a town, leaving a trail of devastation in the UK in his wake. The bus collided with several other vehicles after it was taken on Monday evening. Other passengers fled in fear as the man allegedly took control of the bus and drove it through Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire, which is what Bucks County is named after, by the way.
Yeah.
Miraculously, no one was hurt in the incident, but a man has been arrested and charged with aggravated vehicle taking and drunk driving. The police said, when people say you've had a drink, take the bus, it isn't meant to be taken literally.
He was just following their request.
They said this bus in Milton Keynes was stolen by a drunk passenger earlier on the evening, and a trail of devastation was left as it collided with numerous other vehicles before being stopped. So they could have killed somebody. Absolutely. All right, and that's where we're going to wrap right there. Last story in the Bizarre File for you, my friend. Let us take a break and let us give away, let me see here. We're going to give away 3 more blocks in our block pool. And we'll take callers number 15, 16, and 17 at 215-263-WMMR. It's a block. Yeah. Thank you. So those callers now, you will have a shot at winning tickets to the game courtesy of Duncan. And, of course, there are other prizes to be given away. And we'll give you a $5 Duncan card just for getting a block in the first in the first place.
We're just insipid.
215-263-WMMR. Call right now, and we'll see if you get on board. We'll be back in a moment. Stay there.
Yeah.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Just like talk about every single movie he ever made. Yeah. And Kevin, we didn't think we were actually going to speak to him, but Kevin walked away, and our Super Troopers producer came over and said, I know Swayze. Do you want to come meet him? He's about to leave, though, so you have to come right now, which is why Kevin missed the opportunity. But then I got Swayze. I brought him over to a Japanese lantern in the corner of this party, and then I froze. I couldn't remember a single movie. And and then I was like, so is Swayze your stage name or?
And you saw him do the non-discreet security hand movement that.
Yeah, he made a little signal. I caught it. I didn't register what was happening until Matt Dillon swooped in between us. With his back to me. He was like, "Excuse me, bub." And after about 60 seconds, I was like, "Oh my God." Swayze gave him the signal,
the help signal,
and they were not coming back to me. And I sulked and I walked away. And then Heffernan was waiting for me, and he was so fired up. He was like, "Oh my God, Patrick Swayze and Matt Dillon, tell me everything." And I had crashed and burned.
So, in retrospect, what movie should you have led with had you have remembered? What is the ultimate Swayze movie?
Point
to
Break.
lead? Point Break.
Yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
Point Break or Roadhouse.
Too. Yeah.
I should have gone.
I
with
think Next to Kin gets forgotten a lot.
Next to Kin is great. Black Dog is a deep cut, which is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Ghost, I could go Ghost.
But you're a Dirty Dancing guy.
I'll
You're
do
a
Dirty Dancing. Hey, look, in Club Dread, I play a character named Juan Castillo.
Yeah.
And if you translate that into English, it translates into Johnny Castle, which is the name of Pete Swayze's character in Dirty Dancing.
Pete Swayze.
Yeah.
That's our homage.
That's
Yeah.
Wow.
Sofia Vergara's attorney, this is a follow-up, spoke out about the reports the actress is being sued by her own embryos and an ongoing legal battle with former fiancé Nick Loeb.
Are they going to put the embryos on stand?
I'm wondering if that's a bold legal maneuver or not, and if they'll try it, but we'll wait and see. The Right to Live lawsuit was filed on behalf of the fertilized eggs, listed as plaintiffs Emma and Isabella on Tuesday in Louisiana.
The defendant, Sofia Vergara. The plaintiff, her embryos.
Loeb and Vergara created the embryos in 2013, and Loeb has since been battling to have them carried to term and then taken to custody. And then he takes him to custody. The latest maneuver, this is according to her attorney, this latest maneuver is nothing more than another attempt on the part of Mr. Loeb to keep himself in the public eye by keeping himself linked to Miss Vergara. You notice that's always what lawyers say. This is another attempt at publicity.
Another shameless attempt.
They always go there.
We have every intention of putting the embryos up on the stand, and I will cross-examine them vigorously.
So there's the...
Look at you. You're not even developed. You have no arms or legs. You're simply an embryo. You're a gelatinous mass, and you show up here without even wearing a suit. You insult the court's opinion.
I think you should be held in contempt.
Yeah. Not entertain this circus.
Loeb's suit comes just 1 week before a judge.
Besides that, you left a slimy trail all the way up to the stand. And everyone else will now slip in it.
And that might be a lawsuit.
That could be another
right
lawsuit
there.
in the making. And I am frankly shocked that the court would allow this to happen. We ask that anyone taking the stand, please clean up their slimy trails after them.
These from the Geeter bag.
Oh,
These are,
what are these?
These are Anderson peanut butter filled pretzel nuggets. That's what Casey snacks.
So the Geeter sends, sometimes you get these baskets that have Jerry Blavitt, sends these great baskets, but sometimes people will send these baskets where there's nothing good. Right. And it's a wonderful gesture. His baskets always have a lot of great stuff in them.
Yeah, I like the tower. Like you get all
That's
those
really
little
good.
boxes.
I do like that.
Yeah,
you know who does that? Harry and David.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And they got the.
Oh, yeah. They have a very good the holidays. He's the number one place to shop. It's a holiday season upon you. Harry and David are very good.
Nick became full-blown, Shogun.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm interested in purchasing a tower of a delectable for holiday season. Your name is Macaroon. Cookie here. Cookie here.
Brownie here.
Duck chocolate covered the blueberry. I said the blueberry. Blueberry.
We don't have any blueberries.
Son of a bitch. I know you were coming to avenge me.
He really did. He got very emotional.
I like the popcorn with the chocolate.
Oh, you got to do the you like the blueberries, right?
The Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries. And here's the difference. Here's where it all comes down to. They're actual blueberries covered in dark chocolate, as opposed to blueberry mush. Some other places do. This was once a blueberry before we treated it with radiation and whatever. But the Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries are blueberries.
Yeah. So when you had your surgery a couple of years ago, Steve,
you very kindly brought by like a whole supply of them.
Yeah, I bought 3 boxes of blueberries. I only gave you 2 of them.
Mate, I'm only learning about that now. Now I regret having the surgery.
Hey! Is this a Harry and David?
He has, Steve. He had dishonored you.
You make me lose face.
In front of Harry and David, I will kill you. You have dishonored my tower of chocolate covered popcorn.
Nick, that was just so guttural, so raw. You're
Holy crap.
If that doesn't tell you how cold it is.
I mean, it's like an alien. I
don't
swear
even-
to God,
I don't
it's
know
like
what
a thing from another planet.
Two sets of eyes.
Is that 2 or 3?
So to describe, just a moment. We had a number one. It just looked like a black mass that walked in through the door here, and then as this thing got closer, we realized that it's actually Pierre Robert.
I thought it was Sasquatch.
He's wearing a huge, thick, down black jacket. He has, of course, his hair flying out all over the place, and he has a huge hat on that's fuzzy, all kinds of fur all over it, which is fake, I'm sure. And then he has a pair of sunglasses, and then on top of that are a pair of spectacles. And his mouth is opening and closing.
Well, I'm trying to get a word in.
I'm just describing for the audience what we're seeing here.
He's trying to breathe.
So it's cold out.
Baby.
Yeah. I got to play that from Dean Martin later today. But I found this hat somewhere in my travels, and I go, this hat will make me look like a Ruski, and then I can hack into the U.S. political system. And
this actually makes you look. Who's the guy who's saying, I just want to stop and tell you how I
Yakov
feel
Smirnoff?
about you? Do you remember that guy, the Canadian guy who was super hairy?
Kenny Rogers.
I never saw him. I know the song.
Yeah, it's just an amazing. You do look like Sasquatch with bad eyesight.
I could be totally speaking out my ass here, but Steve, do they do prescription sunglasses these days?
They absolutely do. Claire has, my wife has them, and they're absolutely manageable and doable.
What are you laughing at? These people are laughing
at your multiple sets of glasses.
People that give me funny looks while I'm driving because I'll have my sunglasses on and then my reading glasses below my sunglasses.
All right, this is the guy, Gino Vanelli.
Gino Vanelli is who he was
That's
talking
who you
about.
look like.
That song. And yes, it does look like him.
Well, there you have it.
For your love.
Yeah.
He's a handsome devil, just like me.
Wait,
Yeah.
so are your eyes dilated right now?
No.
Oh.
I could take them off.
Yeah, you can take them off. There you go.
Yeah, there.
You look like a Sasquatch safecracker.
This is Gino Vanelli, by the way, who Pierre looks like this morning.
It's this big black fuzzy fake fur hat with flaps. As I was leaving the premises, I'm thinking this will be good today. But you know, it's not the cold. There are bursts of wind. What?
I keep seeing Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, from the side when he turned sideways.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because it kind of looks like he have a mullet, and he actually brought it back.
Who's
He's
your
a hockey player.
He's a hockey player, yeah.
with the
I shouldn't
mullet.
have used the sports reference.
I thought it was another movie thing that I'd missed.
No, it was a hockey
The Break
thing that you
Bad
missed.
Guys.
So Darth Vader's cousin.
Okay. Yeah. So it is. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Well, honestly, it's the picture's worth 1,000 words.
Oh.
We're putting it up.
It's the wind bursts that get you.
Yes, the wind chill.
So the cold is not so bad, but that wind is tough. So buckle up if you're going out.
Buckle up heartily.
Yeah.
Wear your warmest buckles.
Buckle up for safety. Buckle up.
And for warmth.
Yeah.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Smed, I thought he was dead. Oh my God!
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, "I thought you were dead" before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, "And I'm not dead."
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals.
Yeah.
And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them.
Mm-hmm.
And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's like, the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko.
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest.
You reflexively renew because you don't want people to know you forgot it was still on.
Oh my God!
And finally, Mike, the Situation Sorrentino, you mentioned this earlier, and his wife Lauren have welcomed their second child, a baby girl. Sorrentino says his new daughter is beautiful and smart and is already correcting his English. And that's your highlight.
All right, we will look for the answer. We want to know what LBJ liked to make in the bathtub. 215-263 WMMR is our number. And we'll go to Glenn and see if he knows. Hey, Glenn, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Glenn. So what did LBJ like to make in the tub?
Bubbles.
How would he make those bubbles?
Fart bubbles.
Yes, fart bubbles. Thank you. Well done, sir. Hang on, Glenn. Got a 4-pack of tickets, Philadelphia Golf and Travel Show, February 3rd through the 5th at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. And huge savings on golf equipment and accessories. You can go to myphillygolfshow.com for tickets and information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, couple stories run by you. Axl Rose broken to silence after eulogizing his friend, or you Googling his friend, the late Lisa Marie Presley. The Guns N' Roses frontman surprised many by not only speaking at the memorial at Graceland, but performing November Rain, a song that she had previously suggested be played at her funeral. We have a couple of clips of him speaking about
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes, it was my understanding she had actually talked about the situation, and so that's why I was asked to do it. So, of course, I had to be here.
So she had mentioned she wanted Axl Rose to speak at his funeral, which is pretty wild.
And so, yes, and he did it, which kudos to him.
And then another clip about this. He didn't plan on speaking at it.
I didn't really know I was going to speak or anything, and I still feel like I don't know that I deserve to be here. But, I wanted to do right by her and the family and the fans. So it meant a lot. I was pretty nervous and emotional up there about it.
Wow.
This is a different Axl Rose. And I like this Axl Rose, and he's doing some very heartfelt things. And apparently, for many years now, shows have been starting on time. And I think there's just a greater appreciation for what life has afforded him.
I agree. Fall Out Boy has premiered their new music video for the new single, Heartbreak Feels So Good. The song is off of their forthcoming album, So Much for Stardust, and that is due out March 24th, 2023. That's all I have to say about that. Metallica has announced a global listening party for its upcoming album, 72 Seasons. The entire album will be played at the April 13th event, one day before its street date. According to the official announcement, the Metal Titans have partnered with Trafalgar Releasing, which previously helmed the 2019 cinematic release of Metallica's S&M 2 concert to premiere their 12th album and first since 2016's Hardwired to Self-Destruct. And each song on the album will feature a music video and commentary from the band. Paul McCartney posted a teaser for his first ever book of Beatles-era photos, which chronicles early Beatlemania. It's titled 1964, Eyes of the Storm. We mentioned that this was coming out yesterday. The tome, which will be published on June 13th, features 275 shots of long unseen Maca photographs spotlighting 6 city portfolios: Liverpool, London, Paris, New York, Washington, D.C., and Miami, along with McCartney's personal recollections of the photos. An exhibit of the photos will be shown in England's National Portrait Gallery this summer.
So some of the pictures, they look pretty good. I mean, they're moments in time that are obviously, center stage for music pop culture.
Yeah. And then one last thing, Blues Traveler headed back out on the road for a 17-city spring tour, and they will be in our area. They are going to be playing at Harrah's Atlantic City on May 20th. The band announced a new album which will ship in the spring by posting the limited edition double LP is a selection of many of the highlights from our legendary 1997 fall tour that produced the only acoustic sets that the original lineup of Blues Traveler, including our beloved friend and bassist Bobby Sheehan, ever played on tour. These previously unheard and uncirculated tracks are remastered from the original 2-track soundboard recordings for the Ultimate Blues Traveler live and acoustic experience. So it's a new archival set. It's called Live and Acoustic Fall of 1997.
I bet they'd be cool to see in concert.
Yeah.
I always kind of, and this is probably incorrect, but to me, they have a similar, like Dave Matthews sort of sound.
Oh, he really helped to launch them. Yeah.
They came out of that same, the Horde Festival.
Yeah.
And I've seen Blues Traveler. They're great.
Liar Horde.
Liar Horde.
You know it.
Liar whore, and you know it.
Dave plays harmonica on, John plays harmonica on What Would You Say on Dave Matthews.
I didn't know that.
Their
Okay.
opening album.
In
opening song.
96, I went and saw the Horde Festival, and Blues Traveler was the headliner, and Dave Matthews was a supporting act.
Yeah.
And over the last few years,
I think
that has
you're lying.
switched.
Yeah.
Liar whore, and you know it.
I do know it.
Yeah. All right. But they are great live. They're one of those bands that they do some jamming. They let the songs breathe a bit, and
it reminds you of Kingpin.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. I like when those Amish dance at the end of the movie.
Goodbye, whore.
Speaking of whores.
Liar whore, and you know it.
That's when the whores come in.
I was a whore.
What?
We need more whore clips.
Wow.
Goodbye, whore.
Let's see. Whore montage.
Is Goodbye Whore from Kingpin?
Yeah, at the end when the Blues Traveler's playing.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is the Blues Traveler, right? Like that's the actual name of the band. Isn't it the Blues Traveler, or am I wrong?
I always thought it was just Blues Traveler. But
I don't know.
I don't. What the hell?
Liar.
I know it's the Cure.
I think it's Blues Traveler,
Is it just
Nick.
Blues
I
Traveler?
think it's just Blues Traveler.
All right. That was way off.
All right. There's another whore. Wow. There goes another whore.
Liar whore, and you know it.
That's when the whores come in.
I was a whore.
All right.
The whore montage.
We need to have a liar whore as a ringtone.
I agree.
Imagine that while you're having a very tense conference at work.
Yeah.
Liar whore, and you know it.
You're meeting with your pastor. What's that?
Oh, I got to take this.
Yeah. All right, that's it in music news. We're taking a break, but not before we give away the last 4 blocks in our block pool. All right, and we'll start with caller 20. So 20, 21, 22, and 23. It will be the last blocks that we have to give away. Now, Pierre's got more. Brent's got more. Jackie's got more. So make sure you listen to them. And, of course, you can enter online as well simply by texting the word Dunkin', because Dunkin' Donuts has given us these tickets to give away. Text the word Dunkin' to 39333, and we'll send you a link to get signed up. But we'll take callers 20, 21, 22, and 23 right now at 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break. Coming back, we'll wrap it up. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah, the
Are you
stage show.
kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show. And it's just like, the original Grease was not meant for kids. It was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500, Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going, singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he, kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing T.J. Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh, that'd be
in a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had like technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, "Poor man's Travolta, my ass."
Yeah.
He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute. It's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie. I think personally.
Look at the cans on that bimbo.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy. And hey, look at the cans on that bimbo. You know, that movie. Tom and I lived very close to each other. So so we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City. So it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing?
Yeah.
This is going to be terrible.
Yeah. No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off.
Yeah.
Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene. There's a horse
a donkey show.
Let me tell you about this. The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh my God!
And we've got all these people. There's like 100 extras. Many of the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, "Oh my God! They killed the donkey!" Oh,
dear Lord!
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing. You know what I mean? They put the
oh my
thing
God.
in his heart, and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah,
You definitely could.
it's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Yeah, now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there. And all of a sudden, you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up.
Right.
There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him.
Going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." Yeah. So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So
that's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great, great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates, I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay. Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man, but he's great. He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role. And
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have two cult classic movies that are really. They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. In theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days.
It is 10:36 on a Thursday morning. Get ready to wrap up today's radio program. And what a day it has been today. We unloaded all of our block pool spots. And there's a few more to go. Not with us, obviously, but Pierre, Brent, Jackie, and, of course, online as well. And you can go to WMMR.com. You can text the word Duncan, because they're the ones who gave us these tickets, to Duncan to 39333. And you can get signed up that way, too. And then tomorrow, we're going to have the contest. I'll tell you more about that when we mention who's in the program tomorrow here at Wrap-Ups. But I would like to thank Mr. Vernon Reid.
Yeah, so good.
Of Living Color for being on the program today. And he is going to be performing in Ardmore at the Living Room Cafe. And it's he's calling it Vertronics performance. It's just him and telling stories, playing songs, taking questions, doing things like that.
I love this idea because, he's got a lot to tell, and his virtuosity is amazing.
So that's smart 8 o'clock. And then we had Jake Jolly on the show.
Hey!
And Jake is the guy on Fox Sports that plays the songs going into commercials and coming out of commercials and stuff. It's just kind of quirky, little interesting job that you wouldn't even think about. Yeah, somebody's got to do that. He's the guy. Picks the songs that are apropos to the city or what's going on in the world at the time. And he's going to be playing the music for the game this weekend.
And that's just part of his job. He does other stuff, but that's become a very high-profile thing now.
Yep. So it was cool having him on today, which is a lot of fun. Pierre Robert is here, Man in Black. How you doing, buddy?
Thank you. Is that guy nationwide, or does he just do it locally?
No, nationwide. He lives in L.A.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't turn that.
Because when
off.
he said that his friends were jealous that he was on and they weren't on, I thought maybe he was local and knew.
Well, that guy's local. That guy that we were talking about lives in Delaware.
Artie, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he's a big time producer. He's a
the
big
guy who
wig
does
over there.
the football mix.
The other guy that he was talking about, Artie, is a producer as well, and for
I
Fox
get it,
Sports,
I get it.
who wanted to be on, but yeah, it was an interesting job,
Very interesting, and I love that you suggested the Hooters, Casey. It was very cool.
Yeah. I think that one is very, very Philly-centric. It's got a lot of energy to it. So, and then also I wanted to, if he does, in fact, play it, when our listeners are watching, I want them to go, okay, Preston and Steve asked for that one.
All right, there you go.
Know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yep.
And if they play And We Dance, and then they could also go, and Pierre was in the video for that.
Yes.
They could do that too.
And then they could also go, and Brent has played the Hooters, and Jackie has been to a Hooters show.
And that all on national television.
That's
They
what
can
they
say
will
all that,
say.
yeah.
And then they could say MMR was the first station to ever play the Hooters. And then they could go, and MMR's a cool place, and Philly's a cool place, and I like South Street.
Yeah.
And then at that point, the phone will ring. It'll be their bosses.
Exactly.
And we've got to take a second here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and let's go visit the Rizzo statue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I have to say
All
about
of Get away from me.
See, even the statue doesn't want to run.
All right.
All this taking place on Sunday.
All of it on Sunday.
We'll
Big
watch it and
game.
listen for it.
You're a creep.
Shall we do the letter of the day?
You got it, crumb bum.
Man.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
J as in jukebox.
All right.
You're a real crumb bum.
We have a $400 gift card to Nebraza Brazilian Steakhouse in Horsham, and you don't want to miss the Sweethearts Weekend that's taking place in Nebraza, February 10th through the 14th. And you can, they feature 15 different cuts of meat and fish, gourmet salad bar, and award-winning wine list with complimentary champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries. Only for $62.95. That's a hell of a deal.
Wow.
Book a reservation now at Nebraza.com. We'll give away that prize tomorrow. What's happening today, my man?
Well, we will have more of those ice cubes to give away.
Very good.
More circular, well, they're not circles, they're squares, which will put you in the tic-tac-toe to possibly get you game tickets for the thing on Sunday.
Yes.
So I've got those.
We should record you saying that because it's hard for people to understand. But
Well,
you
I think
you explain it clearly.
Yeah, my goal is to clarify. And when it comes to sports, I'm your guy.
That's it.
I will also have a pair of tickets for Blues Traveler. You're just talking about them, and it is just Blues Traveler, not the Blues Traveler. Easy mistake to make, though. May 20th at the concert venue at Harrah's in Atlantic City. Also, we will have workforce blocks of Revivalists and KG Elephant, and, of course, for Eddie Van Halen's birthday, a block of Van Halen.
Have you ever been down to the Eagles tailgate, just out of curiosity?
No.
All right.
Never?
Grateful Dead tailgate.
Yeah.
There we go. Same thing.
Yeah.
I just think you would like the scene.
Well, I mean, Jason has told me about it for years, being one of the Django brothers or whatever he called it.
Django brothers, yeah.
Yeah. Zubas.
Yeah. The Django
Well,
and Chain
close.
brothers. Yeah.
And I should go sometime.
Yeah.
And maybe someday I will, but it won't be this time.
You're not going to go over the weekend? Yeah.
Wait till warmer weather.
I got you.
All right.
Okay.
Your 50th anniversary with MMR.
Yeah.
Then we'll do it.
God help us. If I make it, I'll be lucky to hit 45. But we'll see. I'm at 41
I was just trying to put
now.
a number way out there so you won't have to worry about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, and speaking of thanks, I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also brought to you by Acme Fresh Foods and Local Flavors. Tomorrow on the program, so playing Madden here to determine our winner of the block pool will be former Eagles Brent Selleck and Freddie Mitchell.
Awesome.
So they're going to stop in this morning, which is great. We also have Colleen Wolfe, who's with the NFL Network, joining us. You can see we're getting ramped up for the game this weekend.
I see where we're going.
But our friend, comedian Chris Porter, who I love, is going to be, he's great. Always got great stories. And the Academy of Vocal Arts Ensemble. They are the opera group that sang the Eagles fight song that we played the other day.
Oh, yeah.
They were very stoked to hear that we played them. They're going to come in here. They're going to do the Eagles fight song a la opera.
Wow.
On the program tomorrow. That is correct.
That's so cool.
So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.